on Root Sports is brought to you by your local Ford stores. By the Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. Visit emeraldqueen.com. And by Safeco Insurance. Find a local agent at safeco.com. Get it set for first pitch as we're taking you into Game 2, the middle game of this 3-game series inside Tropicana Field. Aaron Goldsmith, Mike Flowers once again. And Mike, we have seen our fair share of home run balls lately. The last 7 games the Mariners have played in, there have been a total of 21 balls that have gone over the fence. Fortunately, 13 of those have been hit by the Mariners, but last night was no exception. The Mariners got the home run party started early as we take a look at our Jimmy John's delivery of the game from a night ago. And Kyle Seager, a rare one to see go out to left field.
No, you're right. His first home run to left field, but Kyle gets the Mariners on the scoreboard early with this home run. For Kyle, his 12th home run on the year.
And then you take a look at Dickerson going deep to right field. This was measured by StatCast at 448 feet. It's the first one to hit the D-ring this season inside Tropicana Field, and that could have gone even further had it not been for the wall and the ring.
And Dickerson also had added a couple more hits, including the game winner. And then you take a look at Pierce. Long home run. Wasn't sure if it was going to stay fair, but it ends up going right over the foul pole. Another deep home run for the Rays.
And then, of course, this was the one that really made the biggest difference in last night's game. First pitch, Nick Vincent up on the mound, 2-on, and the Mariners up by 3. And Longoria's 7th homer this month.
He's been a hot hitter for them, as you mentioned, 7 home runs this month. That was a pretty good pitch. It was on the knees, on the outside corner, right where you wanted. But Longoria makes the Mariners pay with that home run.
Now, so far this season, we have seen Nathan Carnes really do a nice job limiting home runs. Drew Smiley has copped up his fair share. Gorgeous day here in St. Pete as we're coming right back here to Tropicana Field. We've got the middle game of this 3-game series coming up next. Sunny at St. Pete Beach earlier today as the Mariners here in St. Petersburg, Florida, getting set for the middle game of this 3-game series, trying to bounce back from a tough one last night. An 8-7 loss in Game 1 as the Rays came storming from behind. Up on the mound tonight for Tampa Bay, it is Drew Smiley on extended rest. He turned 27 years old on Monday. The former Detroit Tiger looking to get things turned around. A fantastic month of April, has struggled since then. And Mike, the lineup that he will face tonight.
Ketel Marte hit 9th last night, back in the leadoff spot. for this evening's game. Nelson Cruz 3 for 4 with an RBI. Also scored a couple of runs in last night's ball game. Kyle Seager, we showed you the highlight. His 12th home run, a couple of RBIs for Kyle. And Aoki was going to round out the night. A couple of hits for him. He's been getting on base quite a bit lately, which is a good sign for the Mariners. Drew Smyly on the year, 2-7 record, ERA just under 5, 77 strikeouts in 71 innings. Only walked 19 batters. Opponents hitting .253. He has given up 14 home runs. And we'll take a look at the defense, brought to you by American Family Insurance. Mikey Muntook getting the start in right field. Souza out with an aggravated hit. Brad Miller at shortstop. Logan Morrison at first to a couple of Mariners, former Mariners in the infield. And Hank Conger looked for the Mariners to be aggressive on the bases with Conger behind the plate. As Aaron mentioned, it's been a while. Back to June 5th against the Twins. Smyly 5 innings, 7 hits, 4 earned runs. He had 3 walks, 7 strikeouts in his last outing.
Now Smyly working on the not so typical 9 days of rest. Facing Marte, and first pitch missing high. We saw Marte last night bat 9th. He gets the start of the leadoff spot here this evening with a lefty up on the mound.
Smyly average fastball at 90 miles an hour. His best off speed pitch this year has been his curveball. Opponent's hitting just 140 against his curveball, so you see that quite a bit. Also mix in a slider and a changeup.
Bunting away, strike 2. Now, before Smyly had his last turn of the rotation skipped, his previous 3 starts spanned 15 innings. He gave up 17 earned runs, and opponents hit over 360 against him. So he and pitching coach Jim Hickey really trying to iron some things out. An appeal does not go.
We'll take a closer look at Drew Smyly. Mentioned his fastball right around 90. Opponents hitting 268 against it. There's the curveball, just a 140 batting average. And you look at his slider, that's been a problem, hitting 310 and slugging pretty high off of Smyly this year. But man, again, he's given up a lot of home runs, 14 home runs, 7 of them over his last 4 starts.
A swinging bunt back to the mound, and 1 out. Smyly retires, the first man that he sees. Now will face Franklin Gutierrez, batting second in right field tonight for the Mariners.
Aaron, we were talking about Smyly and kind of baffled looking at his ERA where it is at a 4.94. Because if you look at his number, 71 innings, 69 hits, good number for him right there. 77 strikeouts in 71 innings. You have to love that. He doesn't walk many at 19, but yet his ERA at a 4.94.
No, you're absolutely right. You think about, if you examine strikeout numbers per innings pitched for, especially in this case, a starting pitcher, you figure if you got more punch-outs than innings pitched, you've been a pretty dominant pitcher. Nathan Carnes has a similar statistic. That was part of the appeal for Jerry Dipoto to bring Nathan over to Seattle. As we'll see, Carnes in the bottom of this first inning. But these 2 starting pitchers tonight seem like they've been beaten in different ways. For Carnes, it's been the walk, and for Smyly, it's been, well, a total of 14 homers. 2-1. Goody, 5 home runs, 15 RBIs of the season. Calls for time. 11 of those 14 home runs that Smyly has served up have gone against right-handed hitting. So no surprise to see Gutierrez in the lineup.
Well, you look at his slider. We showed you the average at 310. League slugging over 600 against his slider. Just under 600 on his changeup. Curveball has been a very good pitch, so we'll probably see that quite a bit tonight.
Just ticks it foul back, full count.
One of the other things that you'll notice with Smyly is you're going to see a lot of his fastballs, and they will be up in the zone. Similar to what we saw from Taijuan Walker last night. He doesn't have the velocity that Taijuan has, but he will pitch up in the zone with his fastball.
Pulled down the left field line, but foul. Would seem like, Mike, that for somebody throwing on average 90 to 91 like Smyly, the margin of error for pitching up in the zone is not nearly as great as it is for Taijuan.
Yeah, no, Taijuan can get away with more, and when we show you the tracer, you'll see that top line, and he is going to have to be pretty much on that line. If it's below that at all, you're going to see the ball leave the ballpark.
Again, the 3-2. Drops you the curveball.
We'll take a look at this curveball on a 3-2 count, expecting to get the fastball. Rick Franklin gave up on it. Pretty good curve. He likes to throw his curveball more than any of his other off-speed pitches with 2 strikes.
Mariners have seen Smiley before this year. They saw him back at Safeco Field. Overall, he's making his 4th career start against the Mariners here tonight. His first 2 starts against Seattle came as a member of the Tigers rotation. Now facing Robinson Cano with 2 outs and nobody on.
Cano with a couple of hits in last night's ball game.
And for Robbie, that's now back-to-back games with multiple hits. And if you look at when Cano came over to Seattle back in 2014, since that time only 2 men in baseball have more multi-hit games than Cano. And somewhat interestingly, they're both American League second basemen. Jose Altuve is one, Ian Kinsler is the other.
Batting average just under 300 now at 297.
Soft pop up foul. Longoria has space. Smiley, a pretty harmless 1-2-3 top of the first. We go to the home half. Nathan Karns getting set to face his former team. Last year's Rays Rookie of the Year pitching back inside Tropicana Field, this time wearing a Mariners uniform. And Mike, how about we take a look at the starting lineup he'll face tonight is penciled in by Kevin Cash.
Hot hitter Evan Longoria hitting third, hit the 3-run home run in the 7th inning to tie the ball game up last night. You can see Corey Dickerson and what he's done against the Mariners this year. A .313 average, 3 home runs, 8 RBIs. He was 3 for 4 with a home run last night. And Montook will get to the start. He will round out the 9 for the Rays. Nathan Karns on the air, 5-2 record, ERA just over 4 in 66 innings. He has 67 strikeouts. Opponent's hitting .253. He's given up 6 home runs this year. And a look at the defense behind him, brought to you by American Family Insurance. Gutierrez getting the start in right field. Dae-Ho Lee will get the start at first, and Chris Iannetta will do the catching.
Second baseman Logan Forsythe leading off. Karns working on an extra day's rest because of the recent off day.
And you can see in his last outing against the Indians, just 4 1/3. He only had 2 hits, but 5 walks in that outing. He threw 92 pitches. So it was a struggle. His fastball command had left him. Had a tough time. Ended up with a no decision in that outing.
Now for Karns, that's back-to-back starts with 5 walks. Something that he was well aware of and hoping to clean up here tonight. Talk about the fastball command resulting in the walks, but also resulting, Mike, in 23 pitches from Karns in the first inning and then again in the second inning.
Yeah, it's a lot. And when you consider that to start this road trip, Taiwan, because he was hurt, had to leave the ball game, just went 3 1/3 last night. Diaz is not available. because he had to pick up the slack. So they need Nathan Karns to get deeper in this ballgame. We talked about this stretch of games and the type of ball clubs and the offenses that they're up against. So it's going to be difficult for the starters, but they have to find a way to get at least 6 innings.
Around late again. Now Scott Servais hoping for some length tonight from Karns. We saw a stretch from Karns earlier on in the season. He had a run of 4 straight games, 4 straight starts going at least 6 innings, but things have been much different recently for Nathan Karns. 5 innings or fewer in 4 of his last 5 times out. Seager will give way to Marte off one leg. Nice play by the Mariners' young shortstop. 1 out.
I like what Kyle Seager did. Kyle trying to get to everything that he can. Once he realized he wasn't going to get there, you see he goes into that slide just to stay out of the way of Marte and give him a clear throwing lane. Marte getting rid of it quickly. An accurate throw. Good play.
And Kyle ducking for cover as well.
He better.
Good work on the left side. So a ground ball out gets things going for Nathan Karns, now facing Brad Miller. These two, of course, traded for each other. Another part of the package coming to Tampa Bay. Boog Powell also coming over to Seattle in exchange for Brad Miller, Logan Morrison, and Danny Farquhar. That was really the first big trade for any team in the offseason, early in the offseason. Even before winter set in.
And the Mariners have the shift on with Brad hitting.
Martin coasted off to his right. 2 outs.
We'll take a look at the arsenal for Nathan Karns and what he's been able to do this year. Good fastball at 93 miles an hour. Opponents hitting 255. His curveball, again, one of the better ones you're going to see. Opponents hitting just 219. His changeup has been a problem. 86 miles an hour. Opponents hitting 342 off of his changeup, slugging an even 500.
He has sat down the first 2 men he's faced. Now looking at Evan Longoria, who had the game-tying homer last night in the 7th. Now Longoria playing like he wants to be in San Diego in the All-Star break this year. He is on pace for one of the best seasons of his career. Longoria now with 7 home runs in his last 10 games. And there has not been a player in the majors this month to homer more than Longoria. He and Will Myers of the Padres both with 7 bombs in this month. Both homering last night.
And a good curveball from Nathan. It'll be a big pitch for him today. He has to be able to command his fastball to get to his curveball.
Somewhat of a similarity there, Mike, with when we talk about Iwakuma working ahead with his fastball to then be able to utilize his splitter.
Yeah, a little bit different, I think, for Iwakuma. He has to be sharper on the corners, whether he's going to pitch inside or outside. Obviously, with his fastball at 88, Nathan can get away with a little bit more and be more aggressive, I think, early in counts with his fastball. He's throwing 94 miles an hour tonight. That's a pretty good fastball right on the corner. Did not get the call at 95.
And you can see Iannetta really hold it. Two outs, 2 balls, and 2 strikes. And a weak 3/4 wave and a miss. Good changeup that time from Karns. So both starting pitchers who've had their struggles recently, a 1-2-3 inning. St. Pete. Mariners and the Rays scoreless as we go to the top of the second. Friday, June 24th is Felix Hernandez bobblehead night presented by Root Sports. Arrive early. It'll be one of the first 20,000 fans to pick up the king of collectibles, and afterwards catch a big interleague matchup against the St. Louis Cardinals. Tickets at mariners.com. Cardinals had their 5-game losing streak, or winning streak rather, snapped last night against the Astros. Some interleague play for a team right now with the 4th best record in the National League, so that will not be an easy one when the Cards come to town. Nelson Cruz leads off the Mariners' second. Well, kind of interesting. Both starting pitchers, as we chronicled, have had their struggles recently, and both working very efficient first innings.
It's good to see for the Mariners with Nathan Carnes and what he was able to do. Talked about the Mariners needing him to get deep into a ball game. It's been a struggle for him lately, so that was good to see. Also topped out at 95 miles an hour, and we also saw the good curveball from Smiley, and it looks like his fastball command is where he wants it to be.
It was the curveball from Smiley that froze Gutierrez. Cruz ahead 2-1. Nelson last night matching his season high with 3 hits. Nice way to start the road trip. Full count. Went back to the curveball with 2 strikes. Dae-Ho Lee on deck. Second strikeout tonight from Miley. Smiley, rather.
Another look at Smiley. His fastball, 268 average, slugging 413. A slider again has been a problem. The average at 310, but slugging over 600, as well as his changeup. 593 slugging off of his changeup, and again, you'll probably see his curveball a little bit more as he tries to get back on track. He might stay away from the changeup and slider tonight, not throw it nearly as much as normally you would see it from him. So look for more fastball, curveball from Smiley.
We mentioned in the first inning that Smiley has given up 11 home runs to right-handed hitters, and one of those is Dae-Ho Lee. Lee took him deep earlier this season back at Safeco Field. Lee does not have enough at-bats to qualify for the league leaders in home runs per at-bats, but let's just pretend that he did for a second, Mike. He'd be the best in baseball. He's averaging a home run roughly every 11 at-bats. That's better than Mark Trumbo, who leads the American League, homering roughly every 12.5 at-bats.
I think when you look at the Mariners in their lineup, and now they have 5 guys double digits in homers already. You would expect it from Cano and Seager and Cruz, but you mentioned Dae-Ho Lee limited in his at-bats, but already 10 home runs, and Martin too, a career high for a season with 10 home runs.
We're not even to the All-Star break. Just got a piece of it. Conger holds on, back-to-back strikeouts as Smiley has struck out 3 of the first 5. Well, time to take a look at our Coors Light cold hard facts. A couple of Iron Men in this series, as these two have, well, they've been almost identical this year. Mike, check this out. If you're talking about all-star voting at third base in the American League, the average nearly spot on. Same story for the OPS. Seager an edge in RBIs. Longoria the edge in homers. Exact same number of doubles. Both having great first halves.
And both playing Gold Glove caliber defense. Kyle with a home run last night, a little bit unusual. He hit it to left field. It's the first home run he's hit to left field this year. Typically Kyle, when he hits his home runs, is going to pull the ball. We'll take a look at the direction of the home runs for Kyle in his career, and you can see how lopsided that is. 101 home runs to right, 3 to center, and just 4 to left.
They have put the shift on. Smiley strikes out the side in order, and he has punched out now 5 of the first, making 4 of the first 6 that he's faced. Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by BNSF Railway, sponsor of the BNSF Blast. By Safeco Insurance, find a local agent at safeco.com. And by CHI Franciscan Health, the Mariners' official partners in health. Learn to stay Northwest healthy at nwhealthy.org. What a day to be out on the water. It is, well, I say it like it's a surprise. It's warm, about 85 degrees and humid every day here in St. Pete this time of year. Logan Morrison looks at a strike to lead off the bottom of the second. Lomo batting cleanup once again tonight for Tampa Bay. Was held hitless last night.
And Nathan Carnes starting him off with a couple of off-speed pitches. Curveball for a strike, and then the good changeup at 88. And I think Mel Stottlemyre would be thrilled that the location of that last changeup stays there throughout the game for him. Right at the bottom of the strike zone on the outside corner to the left-handed hitter.
You can see the placement. And peel down to Jerry Meals, last night's home plate umpire, the crew chief tonight at third. Does not go around. Logan in his last 20 games hitting about 340. And now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes a 2-2. Fouls back 95. Now Logan beginning his career in the state of Florida with the Marlins, then making his way to Seattle, now here in Tampa Bay. And again the 2-2. Right back to Carnes. Out number 1. I'll take a look at our CenturyLink What's Next. James Paxton trying to keep things going in the right way. He has had 2 brilliant starts his last 2 times out, and then taking on Blake Snell, who will be making his 2nd career major league start. Native of Shoreline, went to Shoreline High School, former 1st-round pick, a compensatory pick by Tampa Bay back in 2011. Had a very strong debut back in April at Yankee Stadium, so this will be his Tropicana Field debut. A lot of excitement around the ballpark today for Snell, who made his first appearance inside the Rays clubhouse earlier this afternoon. Saying as a kid he grew up being obsessed with the Mariners, a huge Mariners fan.
6'4" left-hander. I'll be curious to see James Paxton. Since he's been recalled to the big leagues, his average fastball has been at 98 miles an hour.
The average.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 to Pierce. Paxton's having a couple of nights here to get a good front row seat in these Rays hitters. Out to center. Martin tracking it, and a 1-hop off the wall. First hit, first base runner tonight for the Rays. A 1-out double by Steve Pierce.
He is going to turn around a pretty good fastball, 95 miles an hour. They wanted it on the outside corner, probably more middle away. It was hit hard to center field. Typically you'd see Martin run underneath it, but not able to get back in time. Pierce with a home run in last night's game, hit it right down the left field line.
One out and one on for Corey Dickerson, who had one of the most emphatic home runs that we have seen all season long last night in game one, nearly 450 feet. As he pulled it out to right field. Now, you know, Mike, it's worth touching on for Nathan Carnes. There must be, and Nathan has in some regards already spoken to this yesterday when he met with the media, some added emotion pitching back here in the ballpark he used to call his, and a team that traded him to the Mariners in the offseason, and by and large last year having a lot of success in a Rays uniform, and now facing many guys that he played with the season ago.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange, I think, but I was real curious about how the first inning for him was going to go, and it went extremely well. He only threw 13 pitches, 1, 2, 3 first, including a strikeout. So I would think that at this point all of that stuff is out the window, and now he's just going about his business. But I can understand that at the start of the game.
He said that the last time these two teams met in Seattle, of course, he did not face the Rays. In that particular case, it was a little bit more of a social exchange for Carnes with many of his friends, his former teammates, but all business here tonight, as you can imagine. Ball's behind 3-0. Desmond Jennings, the number 7 hitter, center fielder for the Rays, on deck. First 3-ball count we've seen tonight from Carnes. And he's able to get a strike in. Should have been ball 4. Carnes was able to sit down the first 4 batters that he faced tonight before giving up the double to Pierce. Keeps an eye on him at second base. Two on with 1 out. The first walk tonight from Carnes.
We talked about it with Nathan. Fastball, curveball, changeup. You see the ground ball rate. Typically his curveball is a pretty good pitch for him if he needs a double play. And on the strikeouts, curveball is an excellent pitch at 54%. He'll also mix in the good fastball, 94, 95 miles an hour. I think Nathan was very careful with Dickerson right there. You know, the right-handed hitter waiting on deck. First base is open. Even 2-0 throwing him the curveball and missing with a changeup on the 3-1 pitch.
Fours in a strike to Jennings. Good location there. Now certainly the bottom third of this Rays order tonight does not nearly strike the same fear in your heart that the top 6 do. Jennings, Conger, Matuk. Conger has the best average of the 3 at 215. Jennings the most homers of the 3 with 5.
The Rays on the year hitting .245 with runners in scoring position. They scored the majority of their runs by hitting the ball out of the ballpark, which the Mariners saw last night.
Carnes falls behind 2-1. Close pitch there. No, you're right, Mike. Last night we saw 3 homers. 6 of the 8 runs last night for Tampa Bay came on the long ball. We saw a pass ball score a run, and then it was Dickerson with the go-ahead RBI single. Three balls and 1 strike. Last 2 pitches very close. The catcher Hank Conger, former Angel, waiting his turn. Now back-to-back 3-ball counts from Carnes. Now the bases are loaded. Now we saw in his last start against the Indians, he walked back-to-back hitters twice. And he does it here for the first time tonight in the second inning. Bases full, 1 out. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Seattle Mariners and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Seattle Mariners.
Chris Iannetta making a trip out to the mound. One of the things we've seen from Nathan this year, he gets a runner in scoring position. He starts to pitch around the strike zone a little bit more. With nobody on, he's typically pretty aggressive, and we've seen that on the last 2 hitters. And I think Chris wants to get him back in the strike zone. He has good stuff tonight. His fastball at 95 miles an hour. Showing a good curveball and changeup. He's thrown 19 pitches in this inning, just 8 strikes.
And strike 1 to Conger. Now Pierce got things going with 1 out with a double. He's now at third base. Dickerson walked. Man at second, and ball 4 just taken by Jennings at first base. 1 out and the bag's packed. Carnes able to work ahead 0-2.
I really think that was the message from Iannetta. 2 fastballs, both of them in the middle of the plate, but quickly ahead, and that's the point.
Carnes needing to work out of trouble here in the second. A very quick and effective first. It has not been the same story here in this second inning. Got him swinging 3 pitches, and he disposes of Conger. Buries it for out number 2.
This is a really good example of being able to throw your fastball in the strike zone, and then you can expand it because you'll speed him up, especially with the velocity that Carnes has at 94, 95. Comes back and buries the curveball, and Conger not able to lay off of it.
No, not quite out of trouble yet. Now facing Mikey Matuk, the number 9 hitting right fielder. Matuk getting the start tonight. Steven Souza Jr. is held out of the lineup tonight. Seattle native makes his home there in the offseason. An injured hip last night going after a sinking line drive from Nelson Cruz late in the ball game. He's right now day to day. So Matuk getting the start at right field in his place. Right off the nub of the bat.
Fastball at 93 miles an hour running in on him.
Think of the barrel.
Yeah, tried to check his swing, went off the barrel of the bat.
Two outs and the bases loaded. Missing badly to make it 2-1.
And after 13 pitches in the first, 25 pitches here in the second for Nathan.
Now he threw 23 pitches in the second inning in his last start and in the first inning. Daeho Lee giving chase over towards the bullpen right behind home plate, and he can't make the catch. Carnes really needed that one.
Well, he looks like he's in pretty good position. He's able to pick the ball back up again. That's not a problem. See him pat the glove, but just went right off the thumb of his glove, and he can't believe it.
Now this is certainly a different game environment to say the least, Mike. A lot of white up there.
Yeah,
that doesn't help.
No, it doesn't help, and that's why I was watching him, and when I saw him pat his glove before he tried to make the catch, that let me know that he was able to pick the ball up. That was not a problem for him. They are going to give him an error on the play.
The 2-2. Forsythe, one of the best hitters for the Rays, on deck. A 3-ball count to 3 of the last 4 hitters now. And the pitch count beginning to really climb. No place to put him. It was Pierce with a 1-out double. He's the man at third base now. Dickerson walked. He was moved into second base on the walk by Jennings. Conger then struck out. 2 outs, the bases loaded in a scoreless second. Carnes trying to keep it that way. Again, the 3-2, and he gets him ripping right through it. That would have been ball 4. Instead, it's strikeout number 3 from Nathan Carnes. A much needed big time punch out to Mikey Matuk, and that will leave the bases loaded. Is likely to survive a crash. Please click it or ticket. Let's reach our target zero goal together. 0 traffic deaths in your family, 0 traffic deaths in our state. Nathan Carnes works out of some big time trouble in the bottom of the second. He leaves the bases loaded as we start the top of the third. That's where Chris Iannetta leads off and looks at ball 1.
Chris Iannetta 4 for 8, 3 doubles and a walk against Smiley.
Speaking of walks for Iannetta, last night a season high 3 walks. He's walked 5 times in his last 2 games.
On base percentage continues to go up for him.
Sitting around 340 these days. And really, when Jerry Dipoto talked about acquiring Chris Iannetta in the past offseason, it's one of the first things that Jerry talked about, and we saw it, Mike, in recent years when Iannetta was with the Angels. Not a guy who hits for a particularly high average, but is able to find a way to get on base over the course of a full season. Those numbers bear out.
I'll give Chris a lot of credit because it was one of the things he talked about in spring training that he wanted to get back. He had a down year last year, and his approach has been really good this year.
This is clocked into left. Finds the gap, splits Dickerson and Jennings, and Iannetta picks up a base hit here to lead off the top of the third. A stand-up double.
And he is now 5 for 9 with 4 doubles against Smiley. Good way to start top of the third.
First hit tonight for the Mariners.
It's an off-speed pitch. We talked about the problems that Smiley has had with the off-speed pitches, and little breaking ball at 80 miles an hour. See if Martin can move him along. Longoria even with the bag at third. You can see Logan Morrison the same at first.
Martin batting 8th tonight for the Mariners. Bunts it straight back. Last night, Mike, we saw Scott Service's crew be very efficient, very effective early with the runners in scoring position, and then that really started to taper by the end of the night. The Mariners were 3 for 14 with runners in scoring position.
Well, and they started off 3 for 5. That's the way they were able to get the early lead in the ball game. But unfortunately for them, they had opportunities throughout the game and were not able to cash it in. As you mentioned, 0 for 9.
Wow. Right up the middle. He stings this to center. Iannetta will get the stop sign at third. Well, Smiley retired the first 6 in a row, 4 with strikeouts, and has given up back-to-back hard hit base hits.
You can see the ground ball rates, ball put in play for Smiley, and he'll typically use his changeup or slider to get the ball on the ground. Strikeouts, likes to use his fastball. We've already seen his curveball. He's been able to record a strikeout on the curveball. This is all the information that the Mariner hitters certainly have. Edgar Martinez going through the scouting report on him. Take a look at Aoki hitting 9th in the lineup today. Mariners hitting .261 as a team with runners in scoring position.
Runners on the corners. Keeping an eye on Martin. Aoki last night with 2 hits. That matched his total from his previous 16 at-bats. It's good to see Aoki find his way on base a couple of times. Also picked up an RBI, scored a run. Iannetta at third, Martin at first base. Nobody out. And Aoki falls behind 0-2.
Jennings, the center fielder, more towards left center, and Dickerson shallow and towards the line in left. They're expecting him to hit the ball the other way if it's in the air, straight up on the infield.
Iannetta 90 feet from home. Further way to go for Martin. Now, Smiley enters tonight with the 10th highest ERA in the American League, 5th among AL lefties. So he has certainly been vulnerable this season, although we saw him really be pretty brilliant over the first 2 innings.
One of the things we were talking about at the start of the game, Aaron, is you look at his numbers, his innings pitched coming into the game at 71, 77 strikeouts. We've already seen that in the game. He has the ability to strike guys out. But then you look at him, he has the big innings that end up hurting him. So hopefully the Mariners can take advantage of that. Good start here to the third.
2-2.
Smiley has thrown over to first a couple of times, but not much of a lead for Martin. Doesn't appear that he's going to go anywhere right now.
Last night we saw Martin pick up his 9th steal of the season. Got in there standing, barely. Made it in there though. Aoki down swinging. So first time through the order for Smiley, he has struck out 5 of the starting 9.
And it's going to be on the fastball outside corner at the knees. Aoki just trying to spoil it, but not able to get a piece of it.
Number 4, Martin.
One out. Mariners have runners at first and third, and here is Ketel Marte. They grounded out back to the mound to begin the ball game tonight. Well, the Mariners have a chance to put together a pretty big inning here if Marte can find himself at first base or past. You consider the fact that Gutierrez on deck, then the real teeth of the order, Cano, Cruz.
See Marte's reaction. It was not a squeeze play right there. He was just trying to put the bunt down, let Iannetta read it. So he didn't have to try to bunt that ball. It was a curveball in the dirt. I think he's thinking right now he should have just taken the pitch.
Iannetta began this inning off with a double. Very preoccupied with Martin at first base. Two. Went back to the curveball. Now Nathan Carnes escaped a jam at the bottom of the second. The bases loaded with only one out. And here is Smiley trying to work out of a bit of a jam after allowing back-to-back base hits to begin this third. Struck out Aoki and ahead of Marte. Iannetta hoping to come home from third. Here comes the fourth pitch to Marte. It's right off the hands.
Well, right now he's just trying to climb the ladder on him after the first two curveballs. Throws him a fastball up out of the strike zone. He fouled it off. That one a little bit higher.
Now Martin is nearly standing at first base. Back-to-back strikeouts. That's now 6 strikeouts tonight for Smiley. He fans Aoki and Marte with runners on the corners.
And he went right back to the curveball to get the strikeout. Down out of the strike zone. All 3 curveballs down. 6 Ks, last 5 swinging.
Now facing Gutierrez. Smiley struck out 7 Twins batters in his last start. He had back-to-back double-digit strikeout games in the month of April, but he's already picked up 6 strikeouts tonight. Doesn't seem like we've seen the changeup a whole lot so far tonight.
No,
Smiley.
I think with them having to skip a start because he'd struggled so badly, and it was with his off-speed pitches, and you look at the numbers with his changeup and his slider, they're not good. So he's basically staying with a fastball curveball combination. Again, not much of a lead for Martin at first, so I think for him right now they're just going to have him go with his 2 best pitches until the Mariners make him make an adjustment. It has been almost nothing but strikes from Smiley here in this inning. He did not throw a pitch outside of the strike zone to Marte. He's had 0-2 to Gutierrez. Mariners trying to cash in here in the third. This was a problem last night for the Mariners. They stranded multiple base runners
in 3 innings last night. And later in the ball game, too, in the 4th and the 5th, they stranded 1 man in the 6th. They stranded a pair again in the 7th. A base hit by Gutierrez would give the Mariners the first run of this ball game, and would bring up Cano. On 0-2. Skips a curveball in as Conger quickly pounces on it.
And a pretty good block from Conger. Anytime the ball bounces out in front of home plate, typically it's a little bit too far away from the catcher. He was fortunate he was able to find the chest protector.
Gutierrez struck out looking on a curveball back in the 1st inning. Trying to bring home Iannetta from 3rd base. Weak ground ball. Longoria, easy play to Forsythe at 2nd base. The Mariners strand 2. Can't cash in. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. 0-0. All right, thank you, Ange. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. It's where Logan Forsythe, the leadoff hitter for the Rays, begins things. Looks at strike 1 from Nathan Carnes. Carnes, a very quick 13-pitch 1st inning. Retired the side in order. Faced 2/3 of the Rays lineup in the bottom of the 2nd. Was able to work out of problems. Back-to-back walks. Got back-to-back strikeouts that leave the bases loaded.
Had to throw 29 pitches in the 2nd inning. You can see his total 44 total, 27 strikes.
Gets ahead of Forsythe 0-2. Hard hit up the middle for a base hit. So Forsythe behind in the count is able to get himself to first base with a ringing single up the middle. And that'll bring in Brad Miller. Miller saw just 2 pitches at his first at bat tonight. Flew out to center field. Martin was able to get there in plenty of time. Here comes the 0-1. And makes it 0-2 on Miller.
And so far going right at Brad. Couple of good fastballs at the top of the strike zone.
Miller, the former standout at Clemson, found out in November that he had been traded when he landed to attend a Clemson football game, and when he turned out his cell phone, it was flooded with voicemails and text messages and the like, emails as well. As Miller now back in his home state from Windermere, Florida, just around Orlando. Shot foul. Miller has memories as a kid coming to the Trop and watching the Rays play. In fact, he was here when Ben Zobrist hit his first career big league home run for Tampa Bay many years ago. And Zobrist right now leading National League second baseman in All-Star voting, having a fine first season in Chicago. That sends Forsythe racing into second base, and he's in there in plenty of time.
That'll be a wild pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. And a good jump by Forsythe at first. And you see he takes off right away. Good try by Chris.
Count goes to 1-2 on Miller. And for the second straight inning, the Rays have a runner right behind Carnes in scoring position. Little looper right there to Seager. Easy play. Out number 1 here in the third inning. Now to bring in Evan Longoria. Well, just like their favorite big leaguers, your little leaguers can sport a pair of Mariners eye black stickers thanks to Aquafina. They're free to all kids on Sunday, June 26th, when the Mariners take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Get tickets at mariners.com. One out. Forsythe at second base after the single and advancing on the wild pitch. Carnes was able to strike out Longoria to end the first inning. Strike one. And Longoria has been a staple here in St. Pete for many years. Drafted and developed by the Rays. Their all-time leader in homers and doubles and RBIs as well. One ball and 1 strike. We saw a very similar swing from Longoria to end the first inning. Some indecision there, trying to hold back.
He's been a hot hitter, and you saw him hit the home run last night on a pretty good pitch. A pitch on the corner and down, and watching him here on this at bat, he is really leaning out over the plate, so he's expecting the Mariners to pitch him away.
And he gets him chasing low. So Longoria 0 for 2. Carnes has punched him out twice. 4 strikeouts tonight for Nathan Carnes.
And a couple of good curveballs, both of them just buried in the dirt. Bring up Logan Morrison. He grounded out 2 Carnes back in the second inning to start the second inning.
Carnes trying to work around a leadoff single by Forsythe, who now stands at second base. Talking talking last night about the truly epic struggle that it was for Logan Morrison to begin the season, as he went his first 29 games without an RBI. He went 30 games without a home run, was batting .094 on the second day of May this season. And Kevin Cash saying earlier that he has never been around a big league hitter in all of his days as a player, a coach, and now a manager who carried himself as well as Lomo did, despite just an incredible struggle that it obviously was. He said at least outwardly you would have never known that Logan was struggling.
Which is a difficult thing to do. So I guess with those struggles, Aaron, his .242 batting average isn't too bad.
Not at all. It's come a long way. He has risen from the dead as it's now 2-1. And we even saw that from Logan during his years in Seattle. He was a very streaky hitter, maybe not to the extent that
typically a slow starter too.
To extreme proportions this year. Forsythe in scoring position with 2 outs. You think about those September a couple of seasons ago, back in 2014, when the Mariners were pushing for a wild card spot. Logan Morrison had some of the biggest hits of the whole season in that month for the Mariners, and to this day Lomo says that's the most fun he's ever had playing at this level. That final month of 2014. Had some absolutely enormous hits for the Mariners, including in game 161 against the Angels. Some frustration there from Carnes.
Yeah, he was able to get away with a changeup that was up out over the plate. He wanted to bury that changeup.
Next pitch will be number 60 for Carnes. Trying to finish off the 3rd inning. Two outs, a man at second. A chance for Carnes' 5th strikeout here tonight. Instead, a soft pop up. Seager full steam ahead and can't make the catch.
Kyle had to run a long way. Mariners have the shift on with Morrison hitting. So Kyle ended up starting out over by the shortstop area.
Count still 2-2 to Lomo. Forsythe the go-ahead run at second. A single moved over on a wild pitch. Swinging strike 3, and Carnes strands the go-ahead run in scoring position. 5 strikeouts for Carnes over the first 3 innings. Chances early, but no score. Take a look at the mini Let's Motor player profile. And how about this? Take a look at road OPS this season in all of the major leagues, as we are getting ready to see Cano and Robbie right now, third in baseball in road OPS. Matt Carpenter, who began the season at third base, now at second base for the Cardinals. Daniel Murphy, the second baseman for the Nationals, had that incredible run last year for the Mets in the postseason. The top two in the majors, and Cano not far behind. Does have the highest slugging percentage on the road of these three. We'll be seeing Matt Carpenter back at Safeco Field on the upcoming homestand, so hopefully that road OPS for the Cardinals All-Star will cool down a little bit in Seattle. So here is Cano, 0 for 1 tonight, as time called right away. I think when you're talking about OPS this year in baseball for the Mariners in general, or specifically, this is not a stat that people should be afraid of. A couple of years ago, this was something that probably a lot of people had not heard of, but basically just measuring a hitter's ability, in layman's terms, to get on base and also to hit for power. So it's not a surprise that Cano is right up there with the league leaders, whether it's home or road or altogether. But when you talk to Jerry Dipoto and you talk to members of the Mariners front office as well, who were in charge of baseball decisions, Mike, we can kind of pick up fairly easily on one thing, and that is that this still fairly new regime for the Mariners. They are keeping a close eye, as Forsythe can't put a squeeze on this, on two things in particular: OPS and strikeouts. How frequently you strike out and how well you can get on base and also hit for some power.
No, that's exactly what Jerry talked about. Had a chance to talk to him at the end of the year last year, and he had a chance to watch the club for probably about 3 weeks, and that was one of the first things that he talked about, that and the bullpen. And he wasted no time trying to address those needs for this club. Just, I mean, it's almost an entirely new pen for him. And then I think when you look at the core guys on the team, which is Cano, Cruz, and then Seager, building around those guys, and those are the types of players that he went out and got.
That makes sense. Part of the blueprint. Ball one to Cruz.
And it's shown up. If you look at the Mariners, they're averaging a little over 5 runs a game. That's an area that they haven't been in a long time.
Second in the league in runs, 5th in the majors. Hammered left field. This is cranked, and this is gone. Number 16 for Nelson Cruz, and the Mariners strike first. It's 2-0 to the top of the 4th.
And Smiley finally made a mistake with a curveball and leaves it right in the middle of the plate. Nobody does more damage against left-handed pitching than Nelson Cruz, especially over the last couple of years, and you can see that. It's right there for him, and he didn't miss it. For Nelson, his 16th home run on the year. Now 46 RBIs.
Now he's 4 for 6 in this series, and he's driven in 3. Take a look at our American League All-Star balloting so far. Would sure be nice to see a couple of Mariners in the top voting. David Ortiz, over 2 million votes, leading the way. Now take that back. Right behind Salvador Perez, the Royals catcher, who was a little dinged up recently with a leg injury. One ball and 1 strike to Dae-Ho Lee. One and 2. Now, we mentioned the home run problems for Smiley on the season. That's now the 15th home run that he's given up, and a dozen of them to right-handed hitters like Cruz. Strike 3 call, boy. Inside. That'll be on number 1. Well, stick around after the game for Mariners postgame presented by Delta Airlines. Plenty to hear about from the skipper, Scott Service. Mariners trying to even the score here tonight. After the Rays took game 1 last night, they came rallying from behind. They were trailing going into the bottom of the 6th, but a 4-run 7th inning. Ball into Seager. Seager, a strikeout victim on a fastball back in the 2nd inning.
Hit him.
Scrapes him.
Hit him with a curveball.
Well, we hope you can join us early tomorrow morning back in the Northwest. We will hit the airwaves at 9:30 in the morning as James Paxton will make his 4th start of the season, looking for his 3rd straight very effective start. Takes on Blake Snell, making just his 2nd major league start. Started for the Rays, his major league debut back in April at Yankee Stadium. From Shoreline, Washington, went to Shorewood High. He's 23 years old. One of the top prospects in the game.
Yeah. Chris Iannetta with a double his first time up, doubled in the gap out in left center field. He is now 5 for 9 with 4 doubles off of Smiley.
Looks at a curveball missing. Now this game was scoreless until this 4th inning. An infield single by Cano, and then a 2-run homer on the 2nd pitch to Nelson Cruz. And Seager hit by a pitch at first base now.
Even with the strikeout numbers that Smiley has in this game, you think about it, that was the 15th home run that he's given up. Coming into the game, the previous 4, he'd given up 7 home runs, and at the rate that the Mariners hit home runs, you had to feel that somebody was going to get to him at some point. It was Nelson Cruz, no surprise.
Especially the guy who's hit more home runs off of lefties in the last year and a half than anybody else in the game. Borderline pitch, 3-0.
Martin waiting on deck. He had a line drive back up the middle his first time up. I'm not sure you can hit a baseball much harder than that.
Yeah, that was scorched. Three and 1.
It's rare in this game that you see an outfielder get handcuffed on a ground ball, and that's what happened to Jennings in center field on that line drive by Martin.
And that burned its way into center field. The 3-1. And a strike. Iannetta thought he was taking ball 4. On the way that he's hit, Smiley, I want to have another chance at it. Mariners entering tonight 2nd in the majors in home runs. So Cruz adding to that total here in this 4th inning. Down on strike, Seager breaking his 2nd, and he is way late. Strike him out, throw him out, ends the top of the 4th. Mariners are on the board, however. Nelson Cruz absolutely obliterates a pitch out to left field for Cruz, his 16th of the season, as he finishes the 4th inning with 46 ribbies.
I think that what you need to understand is Kyle Seager is not trying to steal the base in that situation. Basically what's happening is there was one out, and Scott Service is betting on Iannetta, who has hit Smiley well, that he's going to put the ball in play, and that's the reason why Kyle had such a late jump. With a left-hander on the mound, Kyle has to make sure that the pitcher goes home first. So where the play looks bad, as you see this base hit by Pierce, so he's 2 for 2. He doubled his first time up. It looks like he's going to get another double here, if not a triple.
Martin to the bare hand, picks it up. A long way to throw it in. And a slide for good measure from Pierce. A double and now a triple.
Well, Pierce is aggressive on the fastball. This is 93 miles an hour. Not in a bad location. It's on the outside corner. Mariners had a shift on, and he hits it to right center field. And on this carpet, he gets out to the wall in a hurry. Pierce runs well, and it'll be an easy triple for him.
So that'll bring the tying run to the plate in Dickerson.
Dickerson walked in his first at bat, and Carnes pitched him away the entire time. He was very careful with him. The Mariners have the shift on with Dickerson hitting.
Well, outside.
And Dickerson with 3 hits last night, including a home run. Also had the base hit to give the Rays the lead, 8-7.
Two and 0. Now the Rays threatening right away here in the bottom of the 4th. This makes now 3 straight innings where Carnes has had to work with a runner in scoring position, and we talked very early tonight, Mike, about how much Scott Service needed Carnes to go deep, given the fact that Taijuan Walker had to leave in the 4th inning last night because of the Achilles injury. And not only has the pitch count gotten up there for Carnes, nearly 30 pitches in the 2nd inning, but it also goes back to that narrative of stress pitches as well.
Yeah, high leverage situations for Carnes in this one, so they'll keep track of that. Mel Stottlemyre, the pitching coach, it's one of the things that they don't like, the high pitch count, a lot of pitches with runners in scoring position. A lot more stress on them.
On a line to right field, Gutierrez, chest high squeeze. Sacrifice fly off the bat of Dickerson, and the Rays are on the board. Cuts the lead to 1. Leadoff triple comes in to score. Now we take a look at our Geico this date in big league history, and there are certain records that you just know will never be broken. On this date back in, well, 1938, Johnny Vandermeer of the Reds, his 2nd consecutive no-hitter. No-hit the Red Sox, and then 4 days later, no-hit the Dodgers. So among many things here, they weren't going every 5 days back then, Mike. They were every 4 days, and I don't think we'll ever see 3 straight no-hitters.
You don't.
You know, Scherzer, there was a chance that we were going to see a couple in a row from Scherzer or Arrieta this year.
It's not going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen.
No.
One ball and 1 strike. One out, a run in. Jennings a walk back at the 2nd. That was a lengthy inning for Carnes. Faced 6 of the 9 Rays hitters that inning. Was able to leave the bases loaded. Back-to-back 3-ball counts.
And all the 3-ball counts obviously not helping his pitch count at all. He's now at 72 pitches, 45 strikes.
Big rip and a miss at 94. And Carnes gets his 6th strikeout, out number 2. Able to finish off Jennings.
Elevated fastball. And again, he's had a good fastball tonight. He's been 94, 95 consistently in the ball game.
It's funny how this works out, Mike. We mentioned the strengths and weaknesses of these two starting pitchers at the very top of the broadcast, and for the most part we have seen exactly what we expected. We've seen the walks from Carnes in a long inning. The pitch count has risen, and for Smiley we've seen an awful lot of strikeouts, 8 punch-outs over 4 innings, and we've seen him be stung by the long ball.
Making a mistake with an off-speed pitch, which has been the issue for him this year.
So what has been the book on both these starters tonight? We have seen over the first 4 innings. Carnes shakes, now nods, and is 1-1 to Conger. Conger a season ago with the Astros, former first-round draft pick by the Angels. In fact, former teammates with Chris Iannetta, just a foot away from him. And he gets caught looking at 95. Back-to-back strikeouts for Carnes, his 7th. We've seen 15 strikeouts combined over 4 innings. We're going to take a look at our Columbia Bank difference of the game. One mighty big swing for Nelson Cruz.
On a hanging breaking ball right in the middle of the plate. Nelson barreled it up, his 16th home run of the year, a 2-run home run. Now has 46 RBIs on the season. And he came into the game hitting .301. Pretty amazing, the combination of power and the ability to hit for an average. Hit over 300 last year with 44 home runs.
Now, there are not many in the game like him, that's for sure, that have both of those skill sets, as Martin looks at strike one. Martin leading off the top of the 5th. Martin scorched a single into center field back in the 3rd inning. Big curve lands for a strike. Smiley on the season has had good success limiting the left-handed hitters like Martin. He's allowed only 6 extra base hits to left-handed bats on the season. Both extra base hits in this game tonight by the Mariners have been from righties. Iannetta the double, and Cruz the 2-run homer we just saw. Hammered high, right field. Matuk is back onto the track. Round number 1. 1 up, 1 down for Aoki. It's always a fan favorite event at Safeco Field. Turn back the clock night. The hands of time are going back to 1984 when the Mariners hosted Cardinals on Saturday, June 25th. Both teams will wear what I have to imagine will be fantastic retro uniforms, and the first 20,000 fans will score a retro cap. Visit mariners.com for details. That should be a fun one at Safeco Field. 3-game weekend series against the Redbirds. Here is Aoki with 1 out. Now, Nori's strikeout rate this year is, at least by his standards, significantly higher than what it was last year. Of course, we know that when he signed with the Mariners last season, he was the hardest man to strike out in baseball. So his strikeout rate still significantly lower than most in the game. But by the standards that he has put together in recent years, a little bit loftier than usual. Longoria very casually a basket catch for round number 2. But it seems as though, talking to Scott Service about that, it's mostly against left-handed pitching. That's where the struggles have been for Aoki.
Well, if you look at the lefties this year, they're pitching him inside with the fastball, but more often than not, it's that breaking ball away that has caused him problems, especially if it's off the plate.
To the top of the order, Marte climbs in for the 3rd time. 2 up, 2 down here, the Mariners 5th. Mariners getting their 2 runs on a Nelson Cruz homer, his 16th. The Rays pulling within a run in the bottom of the 4th inning with a line drive sac fly by Dickerson to right field that scored Pierce, who led off the inning with a triple. One ball to 1 strike. And Marte now ahead of the count. Marte looking for his first hit of the series. And for Ketel, since coming off the disabled list with the thumb injury, 7 hits in as many games. The 2-2. One hopper right back to Smiley. A little bit low, but the side retired in order for now the 3rd time of the first 5 innings. Big catch and through 4 innings, Mike. Nathan Carnes tonight facing his former team, 7 punch-outs.
He's had good stuff tonight. His fastball has been 94, 95. There's the good curveball again. He's been able to get a number of strikeouts with that pitch. And pitching inside to the right-handers. It's just been a stressful game for him. He's had runners on base throughout this game, and he's to have a quick inning.
And he's facing the number 9 hitting right fielder, Mikey Matuk.
He's able to strike him out in the 2nd inning to end the 2nd inning with the bases loaded after he'd walked a couple of batters.
And that was critical. An error was charged in that at bat to Daeho Lee, who dropped a pop up deep in foul territory. Marte charging, gathers, throws a strike for out number 1. 1 up, 1 down. We take a look at our Delta Airlines keep climbing standings as the Mariners right now 5.5 games outside of the Rangers, who will play later tonight in Oakland. The Rangers, the first team in the American League with 40 wins, as the Astros have made their way from last place into 3rd place. Big roster move in the American League West today, by the way, that's noteworthy. Andrelton Simmons, the Gold Glove shortstop in his first season with the Angels, has been activated from the disabled list. He was out 5 weeks because of thumb surgery and made his way back really much quicker than many with the Angels expected. Unfortunately, with Simmons joining the Angels once again, Brendan Ryan has been designated for assignment. 1 ball and 1 strike to Forsythe.
Forsythe with a base hit his last time up. 1 for 2 in the game.
Two balls and a strike. Now Carnes trying to build on a 3-pitch out facing Matuk. Try to save some pitches here in the 5th. He's faced the minimum just 1 time. That was in the opening inning. Is 2-2 and a full count. Borderline pitch right at the top of the zone. Miller waiting on deck. Gutierrez has just enough space for out number 2. So 2 up, 2 down for Carnes. Now facing Brad Miller. Last year for Nathan Carnes, his success mostly came on the road. He struggled at times here inside Tropicana Field. 16 starts in his career here at the Trop, an ERA just over 4.5. But so far tonight, just a run over 4 2/3. That run coming on a sacrifice fly following a triple. Starts Miller off with the strike.
Brad's last time up, Carnes went at him with the fastball up in the zone. Ended up popping out to 3rd.
Ruled a strike to make it 0-2. Watch out, there goes the bat. And Miller with some flair is strikeout victim number 8 for Nathan Carnes. He's had 8 Rays over 5 innings. All righty, thank you for the update, Ange. As Gutierrez looks at a strike to begin the top of the 6th. Smiley is coming off his only inning so far tonight without a strikeout. Retired the side in order in the 5th without punching out a Mariners hitter. Meanwhile, Carnes tonight has struck out at least one Rays hitter in every inning so far.
And for the most part, Smiley staying with the fastball. It's been right around 90-91 miles an hour in his curveball. So just a couple of changeups, a couple of sliders from him.
1-2. So a total of 16 strikeouts combined in this game tonight. Make it 17. Curveball gets Gutierrez, 1 out. We'll take a look at our Mariners calendar, brought to you by Sleep Train. Mariners will finish up the series tomorrow. We will hit the airwaves on Root Sports here at 9:30 in the morning back home. And then it's off to Fenway Park, a 3-game weekend series against the Red Sox, who are carrying the cover off the ball. They are going right now up against the Orioles for supremacy in the American League East, with Baltimore winning last night in Game 1. And then it's off to Comerica Park, a 4-game series to finish off this lengthy 3-city 10-game road trip. Strike 1 to Cano. Now Smiley is approaching his season high in strikeouts. He struck out 11 hitters in back-to-back starts. His second and third starts of the season. That was against the Indians and the Red Sox. Really, overall, April was a fine month for Smiley. An ERA just over 2.5. An ERA of over 7 since. Dickerson comes in, calls off Jennings, and makes the catch for round number 2. Now some news coming out of Red Sox side of things. Earlier today, Roenis Elias will be called up and will face his former team on Friday at Fenway Park. He misses Wade Miley by just a day. Those two, of course, traded for each other along with Carson Smith in the offseason. So Miley going up against Rick Porcello in the middle game of the series. Day baseball from Fenway Park. And then what a pitching matchup on Sunday, Mike. Taijuan Walker against David Price. And we've heard Taijuan from time to time reference learning a thing or two from David Price over the years, especially that abbreviated windup he picked up from Price.
Well, the good news is to see him on that list. Again, had to leave the game yesterday, but it looks like he's going to be able to make his next start. So that's good news for the Mariners. And a little bit surprising to see David Price in his early struggles this year. ERA at 4.5.
He does lead the league in strikeouts, but you're right, he's been roughed up, especially early this year. 1-1 to Cruz, who is not happy with the call of the first pitch for a strike. Time called. Well, the Mariners have now struck out 20 times in this series so far, dating back to last night's Game 1. It was Cruz who put the Mariners on the board back in the 4th. His 16th home run of the season. Came with Cano on at first base. Since May 1st, Nelly batting over .320. Two and two. Diving after a curveball, and 10 strikeouts tonight for Drew Smiley over 6 innings as he retires the side in order for the 4th time. Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Country Financial. Visit ownyourfuture.com. By Snoqualmie Casino, Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino. And by Shag, where your friends live. Sun setting here in St. Pete as we make our way to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Mariners holding on by a run. Longoria leads things off for the Rays and looks at a strike.
And with that curveball for a strike, Nathan now at 90 pitches. Vidal Nuno getting loose in the Mariners' pen.
High right center. Martin won't be able to catch up to it. Longoria's first hit tonight, and the tying run for the Rays is in scoring position.
Well, he jumps on a fastball at 93 miles an hour, belt high. It's on the outside corner, but elevated.
Well, for Longoria this month, 9 of his 16 hits have been for extra bases. And Scott Service has decided to make a call. Going to Vidal Nuno. Carnes trying to get through 6 innings. That will not happen. He goes 5+ and leaves the tying run in scoring position. Now we'll see if. Yep, there you go. We'll step aside. Carnes done. Nuno coming in. As he gives up the double to Longoria to begin the bottom of the 6th. And the final line for Nathan.
Now 5 innings, just 4 hits tonight. He gave up the 1 run. He is responsible for Longoria, who's out at second base. Couple of walks, 8 strikeouts for Nathan. 91 pitches, 59 of those for strikes. Vidal Nuno going to take over 23 appearances on the year, a 1.57 ERA, 26 strikeouts, only 2 walks in the 23 innings that he has pitched. Opponents hitting .230.
Now the 8 strikeouts for Carnes, 1 shy of the season high. And 9 Astros back in May. He leaves Longoria the tying run in scoring position. And the cleanup hitter Logan Morrison.
And the Mariners have the shift on with Morrison hitting, so they expect him to pull it on the ground out in front of that breaking ball.
Need a new bat, 0-2. Well, Mike, Vidal Nuno is a classic case of kind of the law of averages and letting the season work out. Historically, especially if you look at last season, Nuno very tough on left-handed hitting. Early this season, even through the month of April, even into the first week or 2 of May, Nuno was really struggling getting left-handed hitters out And we asked Scott Service about it. He said that he has to keep giving Nuno the ball facing left-handed hitters to get that on those opposing averages back to where we have seen them in recent years. That's exactly what Service has done, and Vidal Nuno has been very effective since against lefties.
Yeah, I think if you look at his numbers overall, they're really good. And I think when you talk about the left-handers, the one thing that he had to do is he had to be able to get that breaking ball, which we've seen to Morrison here a couple of times, but get the breaking ball away from him. And early on, he was having a tough time with that, leaving it on the plate, middle away, as opposed to on the corner or off the plate. He's had much better command of that, and that's why the numbers are improving.
Well, he needs to get 3 outs and keep Longoria at second. Here comes his 1-2. Morrison stays alive.
And I quickly out. That last breaking ball was on the corner, but it was up in the zone. And in a 1-2 count, needs to make his mistake down. I'm sure Chris reminding him of that. Hasn't tried to pop a fastball in the inside corner yet.
Morrison has had really pretty limited at bats this year against left-handed pitching, but he has done well, hitting .333 against southpaws this season. Once more, the 1-2 pitch. Rolls over to Cano. Out number 1. That moves Longoria into third base. So productive out for Morrison. A ride from Sound Transit's new Link Light rail stations on Capitol Hill or at the UW. For the best seats in the house, plan your trip at soundtransit.org.
And they are going to put Pierce on, and I don't blame him. Steve Pierce, already a couple of hits in this ball game, a double and a triple. You have the left-hander Dickerson waiting on deck. We'll put Pierce on, see if you can get a double play ball and get out of this inning. Dickerson with a sacrifice fly his last time up. So he has the 1 RBI for the Rays. The Rays so far in this game 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position.
It's been the first time Pierce has intentionally walked of the year. Mike, you thought much about some of the chatter around baseball this year, the idea of eliminating the 4 pitches on an intentional walk and just waving a guy down to first base?
Like pretty much everybody that's ever watched this game, I have seen the ball go to the backstop in these situations with a pitcher throwing it over there, but I'm for anything that's going to speed it up. And I think at this point, I can't even remember the last time I've seen it, although I have. So I really...
It seems like you get
either
one
way.
of those every couple of years.
Yeah.
A significant one, right? That actually results.
Makes a difference. Yeah, makes a difference. Yeah. So I don't know. And I'm not sure how much that's actually going to speed up the game. I mean, what did that take right there? All of 20 seconds, maybe?
It adds up, I guess.
I guess.
Runners on the corners. Setting up a chance for a double play with 1 out. Sets up a left on left as well. Dickerson has the lone RBI tonight for Tampa Bay. A sacrifice fly out to Gutierrez in right field. Looks at a strike.
Dickerson hitting just 129 against left-handed pitching. So Scott Service, I'm sure, hoping for a ground ball to get the double play or strike him out.
Good stop by Iannetta. Rays without a hit tonight with runners in scoring position. Last night they went 2 for 4. Not many at bats with the runner at second or third base. We're scoring 8 runs last night. A lot of homers. Nuno falls behind 2-1. Mike was mentioning the numbers for Dickerson against lefties. He has just 4 hits this season against left-handed pitching. Nuno trying to keep that number put. Runners on the corners, 1 out. I'm leaving things up 2-2.
Yeah, another breaking ball, able to get it to the outside corner, but you can see on the EQC tracer it is a little bit easier pitch for the left-hander to handle. Certainly much easier for him to hit that ball in the air.
Longoria at third, Pierce the intentional walk at first. Tying run for the Rays 90 feet from home, just 1 out. Blocked into right. Gutierrez on a hop, and this game is tied up.
So Dickerson has driven in both runs for the Rays, and this will be a mistake. Breaking ball right in the middle of the plate. They wanted to start that at his hip and have it catch the inside corner.
First and second now for the Rays. It brings in Desmond Jennings, who eyes a strike. So Carnes 2 runs, 4 hits over 5+, 2 walks and 8 strikeouts his final line. 91 pitches over those 5+ innings. Seager smothers it at third base, and he catches it low, sinking liner right by the shoelaces for out number 2. What a huge out that is. That is not an easy play, Mike. You'll know better than anybody.
Well, when he gets out in front of it, it's not just the line drive, but it's also hooking down and away from Kyle. He's able to stay with it and make the catch before it hits the ground. Caselli's going to pinch hit for Hank Conger. Nobody throwing in the Mariner pen.
And we saw Caselli last night get the start behind home. Finished the night with a couple of hits, including a run scored. Two outs and 2 on. This has been a long bottom of the 6th inning. It began with a leadoff double from Longoria that spelled the end of the night for Carnes. It's now former Mariner Erasmo Ramirez getting loose inside the Rays bullpen. Smiley has struck out 10 over 6 innings. 0-2. Nuno called on here in the 6th inning, asked to get 3 outs. 1 run in. Pierce at second base. Dickerson the RBI single. The man at first. Everybody stays put. Swing and a miss for strike 3 as Nuno finishes off the 6th inning. Does allow an inherited runner to score, however, as we go to the 7th, all tied at 2. 2 apiece. Well, follow Mariners Baseball live with the MLB.com @bat app. Stay up to the moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com @bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone or tablet. Glad you can join us here tonight from inside Tropicana Field. Aaron Goldsmith, Mike Flowers, our entire Root Sports crew. As Smiley is back out there to work the 7th, we've got a new catcher, Kirk Casale, who pinch hit for Hank Conger. Mike, this is just a guess, but I'm assuming that Scott Service maybe had a plan to try to run on the bases here tonight against Conger, who last season threw out 1 of 44 base stealers. But the Mariners just didn't have that many opportunities to run tonight.
Yeah, you're right. The opportunities weren't there. I think the other part about it too was Smiley, when they did have a runner at first, he was throwing over there quite a bit, trying to keep them close,
even for guys that wouldn't run like Seager. 0-2 to Lee.
And he's back out there. 95 pitches now. Ramirez still throwing in the bullpen.
Lee trying to hustle under first base, but he strikes out for the 3rd time in his many at-bats. Well, time now for greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. We start the calendar on opening day of 2013. Most games played since the start of that season, and we've got the top 2 men in the lineups here tonight. Kyle Seager, Evan Longoria have both played in 543. You can see Cano and the top rankings as well. The top 5, 537, right behind Trout. But how about that, Mike? You think about third base, and you can speak to this as well as anybody. Pretty darn physical position. And you got the top 3 guys all at third base in Donaldson, Longoria, and Seager.
Third baseman, tough guys, Aaron.
I would say so, especially those 3.
Yeah. They'll battle through injuries, stay in the lineup. You bet.
One ball and 1 strike to Seager. Seager looking for his first hit tonight. He was hit by a pitch from Smiley. It was last time up in the 4th. For Seager's career, he has not had great success in this ballpark. He's just a lifetime .220 hitter here at the Trop. However, kind of interesting given that low average that he's now homered 6 times in this ballpark. The only ballpark he has more home runs in than Tropicana Field. I think probably many Mariners fans can guess this. Globe Life Park in Arlington, where he has crushed over the course of his career. Seager is strikeout victim number 11 for Smiley. That ties his season high. 3rd time he's done that.
And he's going to put him away with the breaking ball at 79 miles an hour. And it looks like that's going to be it for Smiley. 100 pitches.
So back-to-back strikeouts, Lee, and then Seager, a dozen punch-outs on the night. And that'll be it for Smiley. rest after having his last turn of the rotation skipped because of poor performance. Dominating tonight, a career-high 12 strikeouts.
6 2/3, just 4 hits. A couple of runs. It was the 2-run home run by Nelson Cruz. Did not walk anybody with the 12 strikeouts. He threw 101 pitches. 60 of those for strikes. Erasmo Ramirez is going to take over, and he has pitched well for the Rays. 27 appearances, a 7-4 record, 7 wins out of the pen, a 2.91 ERA. 35 strikeouts, 11 walks, and 46 in the third. Opponents hitting .241. He has given up 6 home runs.
Facing Chris Iannetta with 2 outs and nobody on. He lines this high to the gap in left center field. Iannetta having himself a night and a series for that matter. He goes pedaling into second base, and Iannetta his second stand-up double. Well, nice greeting for Erasmo Ramirez.
Yeah, it's a first pitch breaking ball right in the middle of the plate. He takes advantage of it. The flight of that ball and the location of it almost identical to the double he hit earlier in the ball game. Mariners 1 for 4 with runners in scoring position. That one hit was from Martin, who's stepping in.
Martin was able to move Iannetta to third base in the 3rd inning, but could not go further than that. Line right field. Erasmo with 2 pitches, and he's been smacked around early. Runners on the corners.
And Martin just again hit the ball too hard. This is a screaming line drive into right field. No chance to send Iannetta.
That brings in Norioki.
Nick Vincent getting loose in the Mariners pen.
I saw Vincent last night in the game 1 of the series. Looking at strike 1. Lone save last night for Vincent. 2/3 of an inning, gave up the home run to Longoria. 3-run homer to tie it up. Almost takes the legs out from Oki.
.93-mile-an-hour fastball right at his knee.
So big chance here for Oki and the Mariners. Ground ball to Forsythe. Miller over at second base, and the Mariners strand 2. Time to stretch. All tied up 2 apiece. Check winning numbers, stretch, check winning numbers. It's all possible if you download Washington's Lottery mobile app. late today. Out of the bottom of the 7th here in St. Pete's. Mariners and the Rays all tied at 2 apiece. A lot of strikeouts on both sides tonight. Drew Smyly finishes the night 6 2/3 innings. 12 strikeouts, no walks. Carnes out of the ball game. 8 strikeouts over 5+ as Nuno will start with a clean slate here in the bottom of the 7th.
And Vincent had been up in the pen. He's going to take a seat now. It's Joaquin Benoit getting loose. Nobody throwing in the Rays pen.
Matuk gets a piece, foul back to Iannetta. Matuk, a former first-round draft pick by the Rays back in 2011. Taking 2 picks after the Giants selected Joe Panik, the all-star second baseman in San Francisco. Dropped it out of LSU. Nuno quickly had 0-2. Got him swinging. Matuk is out number 1 to begin the bottom of the 7th, and the 10th Rays strikeout here tonight. Well, 2 Father's Days are better than one. Join us on Sunday, June 26th for EQC's Second Chance Father's Day, when the first 10,000 fans take home barbecue tongs. They'll also take in a great interleague matchup between the Mariners and the Cardinals. Tickets at mariners.com. Second strikeout for Nuno tonight. Forsythe flew out to the warning track in right field his last time up in the 5th. Nuno gets ahead 0-2. They have the shift on for Forsythe. And he pulls it fair, just on top of the line. Oakland having to play the carom, and with 1 out, the Rays have a runner in scoring position, a stand-up double.
We'll take a look at it. Looks like a little cut fastball on the inside corner.
Number 13, the shortstop, Miller.
Now the Rays have had a runner in scoring position now in 5 of 7 innings tonight.
And unfortunately for the Mariners, they are just 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. They've been able to pitch out of some trouble.
Have to do that here facing Miller now. Gets him swinging for strike 1. Miller was the 8th and final strikeout victim for Nathan Carnes tonight. Slaps it foul to make it 0-2.
Throwing 2 breaking balls on the outside corner. Probably stay with that pitch, maybe throw it off the plate a couple of times now that he's ahead 0-2. He does not have to throw him a strike right here.
Little wide. Now the Mariners bullpen has been taxed recently. Last 5 games, 20 innings, 22 hits, 14 earned runs.
After Miller, you have Longoria on deck. I doubt they'll pitch to him. First base is open. Morrison after that. Miller's been able to work the count back to full.
they have mostly limited Longoria tonight. A couple of strikeouts. He did double and score the tying run, though. Forsythe, the one-out double at second base. And Miller is down swinging. Nuno with a couple of strikeouts here in the last of the seventh.
That's a big strikeout, too, because now you don't have to deal with Longoria. You can just put him on. If he had lost him and walked him, then you have to pitch to him, and that is something I don't think Scott Service wanted to do. So a big strikeout for Nuno, and they are going to put him on.
Second intentional walk we've seen tonight. This will put 2 on with 2 out for Logan Morrison. And the final pitch wide. Our CenturyLink What's Next tomorrow, the final game of the series. James Paxton has been fantastic his last 2 times out, throwing with some top shelf velocity. They'll be taking on Seattle native Blake Snell, making just his second career major league start. He's been recalled from AAA Durham. And Friday night against the good old Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. He worked into the 6th inning. A lot of pitches over 100. Knocked around a little bit, but 13 strikeouts.
Mel Stottlemyre making a trip out to the mound, going over the scouting report with Morrison. Morrison grounding out to second his last time up. Nuno threw him a number of breaking balls away, ended up rolling over on the ball. And they'll put the shift on again.
Go ahead run at second base at Forsythe. Ball 1 to Lomo. Now the Rays tonight have stranded 6 runners over the first 6 innings. They've got 2 on with 2 out. High towering fly ball. Gutierrez to the corner, slams the brakes, and that'll be it for the Rays in the bottom of the 7th. Nuno is able to strand 2 base runners to keep this game all tied up. Seattle Mariners baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Jack in the Box. It's back. The Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack. Taste it before it's gone. At Jack in the Box. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Money Tree, proud to make a donation to Mariners Care for every Mariners win. First pitch strike comes into Ketel Marte. Leading off the top of the 8th inning, all tied up at 2 apiece.
Seth Smith has come out on deck. He's going to pinch hit for Gutierrez. Nobody throwing in the pen for the Rays.
0-2. Erasmo Ramirez has been the wins vulture this year for Kevin Cash and the Rays. 7 wins on the season out of the bullpen. Did make one start, take that back, in which he picked up the win. His only start of the year. But he had 6 wins by the end of the first week in May. So can't put a whole lot of weight into that stat. Watch out, Seth Smith on deck, still 1-2. Ramirez out of Nicaragua, once a Mariner, was traded to Tampa Bay at the end of spring training a couple of years ago. A 1-for-1 swap for Mike Montgomery. A little flick, diving into left field, and it's well in front of Dickerson. So Ketel Marte is on base for the first time tonight. Go ahead, run with some speed.
And he hits a pretty good pitch. This is almost in the dirt. He digs it out and flips it into left field.
And here is Seth Smith pinch hitting for Gutierrez, who finishes the night 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Now those 2 strikeouts by Gutierrez, part of a dozen strikeouts tonight from Drew Smyly, a career high. It's not very often you see a guy strike out 12 without a walking a batter. Just the 8th time a pitcher in the majors has done that this season. And Smyly adds his name to a list that includes Clayton Kershaw twice, Jose Fernandez, Max Scherzer, among a couple of others.
Just a couple of starts ago, Taijuan Walker had 11 strikeouts and didn't walk a batter.
Pretty rare stuff. Two nothing to Smith. Scherzer tops the list though this year when he struck out 20 Tigers, his former team, of course, without walking a single batter. Go ahead, run at first base.
Ramirez not giving in to Seth. 2-0 count. Threw him a changeup. Pretty good changeup, located just off the outside corner.
Keeping an eye on Marte at first base. Seen a lot of this tonight. Rays pitcher's been very aware.
Pretty good lead by Marte. Picked up about a half a step on his lead that time, and Ramirez wanted to push him back.
Lomo. Nifty pick at first base, and it hits Marte. That pegged him.
Screamer right at Logan Morrison, makes the catch, and see where it hits him on the helmet.
That'll ring the bell a little bit.
It looks like he's fine. Got up right away. Give Cano a chance to drive in around. The Mariners are 2 for 6 with runners in scoring position tonight. Came into the game hitting .261 as a team in this situation.
Now Cano a chance for multiple hits in 3 straight. And he gets ahead of the count 1-0. Robbie entered this series as a lifetime .322 hitter here at the Trop. And more home runs here than any visiting ballpark in his career. Tolomo deep. He'll take it himself. 2 outs, and now Marte advancing into third base.
And now we'll bring up Nelson Cruz. He has driven in the 2 runs for the Mariners. His 16th home run, a 2-run home run. It's back in the 4th inning. Let's see if they'll pitch to him. Dae-Ho Lee waiting on deck. And they're going to put him on.
Taking the bat out of Nelly's hands.
Let's see what Scott Servais wants to do. As of late, he's let Lee hit. Adam Lind on the bench.
Jim Hickey, the pitching coach for the Rays. Now Lee does have better numbers, believe it or not, this year against righties than lefties. And this is why they would rather see Cruz not swing the bat, Mike.
Well, if you want to know how to hit a hanging breaking ball, there you go. Curve ball above the belt in the middle of the plate. Drove in the first 2 runs of this game, and Adam Lind has come out on deck. He's going to pinch hit for Lee. They'll take the bat out of Nelson's hands.
Rays do have a lefty warming up at the bullpen. And Jim Hickey making a slow walk out to the mound. We saw Cedeno last night, an inning scoreless. And here comes Sean Barber, the home plate umpire, to break things up.
Your attention, please. Featuring number 26, Adam Lind.
Lind to bat with 2 on and 2 out, all tied up 2 apiece.
A couple of hits pinch hitting this year, including a double.
First pitch to Lind. And Casale is able to smother it. Ball 1. Now Ramirez this year has handled lefties pretty well, batting just over .260 against them. Ramirez this year has allowed 6 home runs. 4 of those have come to left-handed hitters like Lind. He's got a chance to drive in the go-ahead run. Roll to strike 2, make it 1-1. Very strong numbers lifetime for Lind as a pinch hitter. Behind 1-2.
Now in front of the changeup. And for Ramirez, this has been his best pitch since he's been a major leaguer. He likes to throw his changeup, especially when he gets into trouble.
Well, the Mariners stranded a runner at third base in the 7th. They've got Marte at third here in the 8th and Cruz at first. Lynn stays alive.
Yeah, just able to get a piece of that changeup well off the plate. Benoit continues to throw in the pen for the Mariners.
Time called. Marte at third, Cruz at first, 2 outs and 2 strikes against Lynn. Good take by Lynn, 2-2.
A tough take in this ball game. John Barber has called that pitch a lot tonight, just off the outside corner.
Now we saw it already in this at bat, the second pitch. A little flick foul. Go-ahead run for the Mariners, 90 feet from home. Everything has been to Logan Morrison here in this top of the 8th inning. The Mariners strand 2 for the second straight inning. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It remains tied. Bottom of the 8th inning, a new pitcher for the Mariners. Fidel Nuno is out and Joaquin Benoit is in.
13 appearances on the year, a 4.26 ERA. Opponents hitting 170. He's given up 3 home runs this year. His fastball right around 94, 95 miles an hour. Mix in a slider and a split.
Steve Pearce intentionally walked his last time up. Comes up and in on him for ball 1. Seth Smith pinch hit for Gutierrez, stays in the game at right field. And Adam Lind did the same for Dae-Ho Lee. Lind at first. Trying to check his swing instead of strike. 1-1 to Pearce, beginning the bottom of the 8th. Pierce a double in the second, a triple, and a run scored in the fourth. So he has reached all 3 times tonight, including that intentional walk. Marte deep in the hole. No pick, and it's out of the glove of Lind. Go ahead run is at first base to begin the bottom of the 8th.
Looks like Marte's in pretty good shape, able to get in front of it. He has the strong throwing arm. It's going to be a little bit wide. I can't tell if it hit the dirt. It did not, but it was pulled Lynn off the base. I think even if he makes the catch, he probably is off the base. And another look at it, see where his spikes are when it hits his glove.
That's an error on Marte. Two errors tonight by the Mariners. We saw Dejo leak him at the air in foul territory, not able to make a catch earlier. Ball 1 to Dickerson. It's been a strong series for Corey Dickerson. Last night, 2-run homer. The longest home run of the season by a Rays hitter, nearly 450 feet. Also tripled and scored. Also had the go-ahead RBI single in the 7th inning. Tonight a walk, a sac fly, and another RBI base hit. And it's 1-1. Carnes 5+ innings tonight, 2 runs, 4 hits. He walked 2 and struck out 8. Gave things over to Nuno, who allowed an inherited runner to score. Inherited a man at second base with nobody out. Tough spot for Nuno. He goes 2 scoreless. Now we'll go back to game 1 last night, his first at bat of the series, and it looked like batting practice.
Hit the walkway, 448 feet.
There's no question that was getting out. Despite that power, Dickerson batting beneath 200 entering last night's game. All of his homers have come against right-handed pitching, all 9 of them. Just got a piece as Iannetta holds on to it. First out of the inning.
It went right at him. Number of good fastballs, including this last one at 94 miles an hour.
That is the 24th strikeout of this game. Each side has fanned a dozen times.
With Jennings hitting Kyle Seager, even with the bag at third, guarding the line. All the outfielders in a no double situation, so they're playing deep.
Jennings looks at a strike. He's getting some extended playing time this season with Kevin Kiermaier, the platinum glove winning center fielder for the Rays, out until it looks like probably the end of July with a broken hand. So Jennings getting plenty of reps in center field once again here tonight. Cano is shaded over towards second. Pierce makes a turn, hustles into third. And Jennings comes up with his first hit tonight. And the Rays, with just one out, can take the lead on a fly ball.
We'll take a look at it. Slider away from him. Mariners had the shift on. See Cano playing towards the middle of the diamond, not able to get that ball. Good play by Smith to cut it off. Otherwise, Pierce would have scored.
This inning began with an error by Marte. That allowed Pierce to reach base. Goes first to third. And the second at bat tonight for Curt Casali, who pinch hit for Conger back in the sixth.
And struck out. Benoit going to try to get a double play ball right here.
Iannetta keeps it in front of him. If Benoit is to get a double play ball here to end the eighth inning, it would be the first that he has induced on the season. One out, runners on the corners. Benoit behind. And it evens up. Now both teams tonight have had their case of stranding base runners. The Mariners have left multiple runners in 3 of the first 8 innings. And the Rays right there along with them. Bunt this time.
It was a safety squeeze. Pierce, the runner at third, knew that he was going to bunt, but he didn't take off as you would in a suicide squeeze. He was going to read it, make sure he was able to put it down. It went foul. Colomé, the closer, getting loose in the pen for the Rays. We saw him last night, and he was throwing hard. You'll take a look at the runner Pierce. He's watching it, and then if he sees it down fair, he's going to take off.
Now 1-2 on Casali. Missing with a fastball. There's Daniel. We saw him last night pick up his 19th save of the season. He has been perfect in save tries this year. Big strike 3. Blows it past him at 94 miles an hour. And both outs this inning coming with swinging strikes.
Elevated fastball, as Aaron mentioned, 94 miles an hour in the middle of the plate, just throws it by him. Going to have a pinch hitter.
This will be Jeff Decker, just recalled today. So Decker will bat in the number 9 spot for Matuk.
Mel Stottlemyre on his way out to the mound, going to get the scouting report on Decker.
Decker will be making his Rays debut. Decker does not have a lengthy resume in the major leagues. He was drafted and developed by the Padres. Former first-round draft pick. Actually went to high school right outside the Mariners spring training complex in Peoria. Former first-rounder by San Diego. Only played in 13 games in his career with the Padres before moving over to the Pittsburgh Pirates. 5 games in 2014 with Pittsburgh. Just 28 at-bats last season in the major leagues. First name spelled like Jeff, pronounced just like Jeff. So here is Jeff Decker making his Rays debut, and he's called on here as a pinch hitter with 2 outs and the go-ahead run at third base.
He's the only left-handed pinch hitter on the bench.
Goes after the first pitch. Cano backpedaling out, making sure Smith stays back, and that'll be it to end the bottom of the 8th inning. Benoit, a couple of strikeouts, and he strands 2. We go to the 9th, all tied up. The closer on to work the 9th as Jeff Decker stays in the game and is put in right field for Mato.
For Colomé, 19 saves and 19 opportunities, 0.93 ERA, and a very good fastball. Also use a cutter.
We saw that firsthand last night. Seager leading off the top of the 9th. 1-1. Seager looking for his first hit tonight. Those 12 home runs, by the way, for Seager matches his total in the first half last season, a season where he hit a career high 26. Home run number 12 came last night in game 1.
Benson and Cishek both getting loose in the pen. Nick Benson was up earlier in the ballgame, so it shouldn't take him any time to get loose.
Seager up with the count, 3-1. Ineta would be next. Will be next. He's doubled twice tonight. Lomo with the flip. Colomé finishes off out number 1. Well, thank you, fans, for being true to the blue. Now get ready to spend your 4th of July weekend at Safeco Field being true to the red, white, and blue following the game on Friday, July 1st. Enjoy a spectacular patriotic-themed fireworks show courtesy of Root Sports. Tickets at Mariners.com. Mariners fans, a Husky fan on hand here tonight inside the Trop.
Chris Iannetta having a good night. 2 for 3. A couple of doubles for Chris, both of them to left center field. Rays have the shift on with him hitting.
Strike one to the Mariners catcher. Lionetta last night reaching base 3 times, 3 walks. Tonight reaching base twice with those 2 doubles. Here comes the 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike to Iannetta. When we go to the bottom of the 9th inning, the Rays will have the top third of their order due up: Forsythe, Miller, and then Longoria. Iannetta now ahead. We saw Colomé last year in the Rays rotation. This year has been moved to the closer's role for Kevin Cash. Brad Boxberger has been on the disabled list virtually all of this season, with the exception of 16 pitches in 1 appearance in which he had to leave because of an oblique injury. Began the year on the DL following core surgery in spring training. So the Rays have been without their closer, the man who led the league in saves last year. Line drive, and it's caught on a line by Brad Miller. 2 outs.
That'll bring up Martin. Martin's hit the ball hard tonight. 2 for 3. Couple of singles, line drive, base hit to center field, and a line drive, base hit into right. Already a single season career high 10 home runs for Martin.
Goes after the first pitch and fouls it back up behind home plate.
Yeah, he had a good fastball to hit. It was 95 miles an hour, but it was right in the middle of the plate. Good aggressive swing, fouling it back.
Oh, 2. And late movement from the cutter.
89 miles an hour, 88 will be in that area. That's the reason why Martin swung over the top of it. It also has some downward tilt to it.
Here comes the 0-2. I'll move him back.
And Brad Miller, the shortstop, will swing around to the right side as the Rays go into the shift. That's 3 cutters in a row. Swung over the first one, and the last 2 way inside.
Full count. Colomé thought that was strike 3, walking off the mound. Aoki on deck with 2 outs.
Colomé really wanted that pitch. I don't think he wants to throw the cut fastball here and walk him. Might go away with another fastball. He's topped out at 95.
Now the 3-2. Inside the dugout, watch out.
Yeah, it was the cutter, and it was right on the inside corner.
Martin has swung the bat well tonight. A couple of base hits. Both hit on a line. A chance for his third hit tonight. It would come with 2 outs in the 9th inning. Instead, he'll take ball 4, and the Mariners, with 2 outs, have the go-ahead run at first base. That's the first walk taken tonight by a Mariner that has not been an intentional walk. That's what we saw to Cruz back in the 8th inning. Aoki 0 for 3 tonight. And he starts off with ball 1.
I think in most situations you might think about Martin stealing a base, especially with a couple of outs, but I don't think he's back to 100% yet from that hamstring issue. Not sure that he'll go.
Aoki right up the middle for a base hit. Keeps the line moving. Martin into second. And with 2 outs, the Mariners have 2 on for Ketel Marte.
Well, he gets a 94-mile-an-hour fastball and doesn't miss it. Hits it right by Colome's hat. Marte with a base hit his last time up. He is 1 for 4 tonight.
He dropped a little parachute into shallow left field in front of Dickerson.
Runners in scoring position tonight. The Mariners are 2 for 8.
Now Casali went out to have a quick word with Colome. The Rays closer pitching here in a tied 9th inning. Mariners threatening 2 outs, 2 on. Marte going after the first pitch. And it was a 2-out walk taken by Martin, which has given the Mariners some life here in the 9th inning. Edgar has watched a lot of strikeouts in this one tonight. The only runs have come on 1 swing from Nelson Cruz, a 2-run homer. One and 1. Kevin Cash now in his 2nd season as the Rays skipper. His club entering tonight tied for 4th in the East, tied with the Yankees. Rays 6.5 games outside of first. The Mariners 5.5. Two outs and 2 on. To Miller. Foot race to second. Miller wins it. The Mariners strand 2 base runners for the 3rd consecutive inning and the 4th time tonight. ninth inning here in St. Pete. Well, nominate your favorite plays of the week by tweeting us using the hashtag #RoofFanFave. Watch the Mariners pregame show every Sunday to find out the top 5 fan favorite plays of the week. Plus, each month, one lucky fan will win a Coors Light Refresherator just for participating. Official rules visiting rootsports.com.
Nick Vincent going to take over for the Mariners. Nick pitched in last night's ball game. It was Longoria that ended up getting him. 3-run home run to tie up the game. For Nick, 2-2 record, a 3.18 ERA, 35 strikeouts, only 5 walks on the season. Opponents hitting .224. At the top of the order, Forsythe leading off.
Fires in a first pitch strike. Oh, 0-2. Three pitches, all strikes, and Forsythe is the 14th strikeout victim for Mariners pitching here tonight. Nice way to start the bottom of the ninth for Vincent. Here's Brad Miller. Miller breaks his bat off the hand. And a basket catch right at the belt buckle by Kyle Seager. Quickly out, number 2. Soft pop-up, 2 outs now for Evan Longoria.
I'm glad that Nick Vincent was hearing Kyle call him off, because it looked as if Nick was going to try to make the catch. Pretty good cut fastball in on his hand, shattered his bat.
Now having to face Evan Longoria, who has homered 7 times in his previous 10 games. Oh, 0-1.
Good fastball on the inside corner last night. I thought Nick made a pretty good pitch on the outside corner at the knees, and Longoria hit it out of the ballpark. This time pitching him inside.
Plenty of space. 3 up, 3 down by Vincent on very few pitches as we go to extra innings in the middle game of this series, all tied up. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. All season long, Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. We are on to the top of the 10th inning. Mariners and Rays all tied to apiece. We take a look now at our game summary, how we got to this point here tonight. And we begin in the 4th inning. Nelson Cruz at the plate, Mike, connecting on home run number 16 of the season.
Now the starter Drew Smiley on a curveball. So an early lead for the Mariners. Felt pretty good about the situation at that time.
And then Dickerson, who had the mammoth blast last night, is able to come up with a sacrifice fly. That scores Pierce, who led off the inning with a triple. Rays would go on to tie things up in the bottom of the 6th inning. It was Dickerson again. He has driven in both runs here tonight for the Rays. An RBI single to right field. Scoring Longoria, who doubled to begin the inning. That run charged to Nathan Carnes. So both runs tonight charged to tonight's starters as we have a new pitcher for the Rays, Xavier Cedeno. We saw him last night.
26 appearances on the year. ERA just over 3. 22 strikeouts, 7 walks. Opponents hitting just .205. He's given up 1 home run. It will be Smith, Cano, and Cruz due up. Nobody throwing in either pen now.
Have the shift on for Smith right away. Smith in his first at bat, a ground out to Logan Morrison in the 8th inning, taking over for Franklin Gutierrez.
Didn't have to be.
Called to make it 1-1. And now Smith behind. Here comes the 1-2. Holds back on his swing. Smith got the start last night, picked up a ground rule double, and also scored a run in last night's game. The opposite way. Dickerson coasting for out number 1. And that'll bring in Robinson Cano.
Second baseman, Robinson Cano.
Well, are you the ultimate Northwest fan in the state of Alaska? Then Root Sports is looking for you throughout the month of June. Submit a photo and story on our website at rootsports.com/ultimate-fan. And you can win a VIP trip for 2 to Seattle in September, a personalized jersey, and more. Presented by Country Financial. Official rules can be yours by visiting rootsports.com. Now here's Cano, an infield single and a run scored back in the 4th. Came home on Cruz's homer. Cano trying to pick up multiple hits in 3 straight games. Looks at ball 1. And gets ahead 2-0. Easy play from Miller. Now number 2. I'll take another look at the American League All-Star voting so far. Some recent results coming out just the other day. Salvador Perez leading all vote getters. David Ortiz coming in behind him in 2nd place. Jackie Bradley Jr., Xander Bogaerts. We will see them over the weekend at Fenway Park. Both having fantastic first halves. And Manny Machado, Mike, is on pace for over 200 hits this season. He's having maybe his best season yet. Jose Altuve right now leading the vote getting at 2nd base.
Machado playing shortstop with Baltimore. J.J. Hardy getting hurt early in the season, so Machado went from 3rd to short, as you see Cishek getting loose again just in case.
Ball one to Cruz. Rays have already used their closer tonight, Alex Colomé. He worked a scoreless ninth. Three on the left side for Cruz, and now they're going to put him on.
Adam Lynn waiting on deck. That is a lot of respect for Cruz. Putting him on, knowing that he's already in scoring position the minute he stands in that batter's box.
So he is intentionally walked for the second consecutive plate appearance. 2 outs, the go-ahead run at first base.
First baseman, Adam Lynn.
Lynn came off the bench to pinch hit for Dae-Ho Lee in the 8th inning, rounded out to Logan Morrison at first base to end the frame.
Clevenger and O'Malley left on the bench for Scott Service.
Looks at a strike. Two. The Mariners have stranded 6 runners over the previous 3 innings combined. And got Cruz at first base with 2 outs here in the top of the 10th.
So far to Adam, it's been the cutter and the curveball.
Here comes the 1-2. Evens up. Strike 3 called. He bends it in there. And that is the 27th strikeout combined between these two sides tonight. Making our way to the bottom of the 10th inning here in game 2 of this 3-game series. Our CenturyLink What's Next series finale. We will hit the airwaves with the pregame show at 9:30 tomorrow morning. James Paxton making his 4th start for the Mariners. Going up against the Seattle native, Blake Snell, out of Shorewood High. And first-round draft pick by Tampa Bay. 13 strikeouts in his last start, leading the International League with 90 punch-outs for the Durham Bulls this season. He'll be making his second career Major League start tomorrow morning. It'll be his first year at Tropicana Field. Pitched very well in April against the Yankees in his big league debut. 1-0 to Logan Morrison, leading off the bottom of the 10th.
Nick Vincent came on, had a clean 9th inning. Stay in the game. Mike Montgomery starting to get loose in the pen for the Mariners.
Into the shift. So now Vincent has thrown 8 pitches to get 4 outs since taking over the 9th inning.
Designated hitter number 28, Steve Pierce.
Montgomery warming up the bullpen.
Well, in this series, we've talked a lot about the shift because of the Mariners, and you can see balls in play 752, the Major League average at 464. Added balls in play 289, close to the Major League average. Slugging is down for the Mariners, so that's a good sign.
Steve Pierce goes after the first pitch. Cano is shaded over, long throw, and it's in time. What a throw by Robinson Cano for out number 2. Wow.
Well, it's not just the strong throw, but how quickly he gets rid of it and how accurate a throw it is. It's right to Lynn. Easy play for him. Pierce can get down the line. He throws him out by a step. So the shift again working for the Mariners.
That's as good as it gets.
Play, yeah. We've talked about it. He has a shortstop's arm, and that's basically where the normal shortstop position would be. And he does that flip with something on it. Impressive.
Corey Dickerson climbs in. 10 pitches for Vincent. He has picked up 5 outs. Shift on once again. Well, we know this much. You cannot take Corey Dickerson lightly. Pay no attention to the batting average, which is hovering around 200.
Looks like they're going to put him on.
We've seen more intentional walks tonight than probably all season combined on both sides. Longoria intentionally passed back in the 7th. Dickerson here in the 10th. It's happened to Cruz twice. So 2 outs to bring in Desmond Jennings.
Pierce in the 6th.
And Pierce in the 6th. You're right. Yeah. Thank you.
Jennings 1 for 3. He walked in the 2nd inning, a couple of strikeouts. Got a base hit his last time up.
Two outs in the winning run at first base. Strike 1. About as deep as you can play. Nearly on the warning track all the way around. Very close, 1-1. Two ground ball outs to begin this bottom of the 10th. An intentional walk to Dickerson. And now Jennings at the plate. Vincent can keep the Rays off the board and send this game to the 11th, we will see Kyle Seager lead off the inning. Here comes a 2-1.
Dickerson on the move. He'll have to go back.
Matt Andriese, who has been a starter this year for the Rays, recently moved to the bullpen. Also spent some time this year in AAA. Two outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the winning run at first base. Cut on and missed, and Vincent retires the Rays here in the bottom of the 10th inning. We go to the 11th, all tied up 2 apiece. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Now, a lot of chihuly around the Mariners team hotel. A gallery not far away. Take a look at our CenturyLink. What's next? We will head over to Fenway Park, continuing a tour around the American League East for a 3-game series against the Red Sox. Kuma, Miley, and Walker. Good news that Taijuan Walker can make his next start after injuring his Achilles. First pitch strike to Seager is how we start the top of the 11th. And Roenis Elias will be making his first start of the season for the Red Sox. He spent the bulk of his season this year with AAA Pawtucket. Trying to bunt his way aboard. Morrison's been pretty busy tonight. So Daniel finishes it off for out number 1. One up, one down, to bring in Chris Iannetta, who has doubled twice. Mike, you think about the importance of this game. A win tonight rather for the Mariners would set up a chance for a series win tomorrow. Here's Kevin Cash. We'll pick that conversation up when Matt Andriese begins his warm-up tosses for the Rays. We're coming right back to the top of the 11th. And has spent some time at AAA, has also worked out of the Rays rotation. We can see his numbers here.
2.82 ERA for him. 44 and 2/3, 30 strikeouts, 12 walks. Opponent's hitting 242. He's given up a couple of home runs.
During his time in the rotation, showed a very nice changeup and curveball. Fastball cutter mix as well. 26 years old, out of Redlands, California, about 60 miles east of Los Angeles. Faces Chris Iannetta with 1 out and nobody on here in the 11th, all tied up at 2 apiece. First pitch from Andriese tonight, misses for ball 1. Two and nothing. Borderline pitch there.
But a good count for Chris. See if he can take advantage of a fastball.
Andriese made his major league debut last season. Lomo lonely on the right side of the infield. Out number 2. Our Delta Airlines keep climbing standings. We take a look around the American League West. Rangers, the first team in the league to reach 40 wins. They did that last night against the Oakland A's. As the Mariners trying to keep pace with Texas. And right now, Mike, it seems as though, as we've seen the Rangers in back-to-back weekends, they really are right now in almost every way the class of the American League. They are without Yu Darvish right now on the disabled list, but they've got Chu back. And right now for Jeff Bannister's club, a lot of things going right, even though they don't have still their full normal 25-man roster in place.
Well, you said it. They're doing a lot of things right, and they're winning a lot of close games. They're able to come back from behind a lot. I haven't looked lately. I don't know if Beltre's back in the lineup playing. He did not play against the Mariners.
He has not been back in the lineup yet. He has not been put on the DL, though. And last look, the Rangers were eyeing possibly a return date of tomorrow. Two outs, nobody on. And Martin behind on the count. And then up with the shift on. And as we saw those standings, the Mariners, if you look back to the start of that series at home against the Twins, where the Mariners are swept, the Mariners have lost 7 games in the standings since the start of that series against Minnesota. Tough weekend series. Martin slams the bat, and with that, a season high 14 strikeouts for the Mariners this year, albeit in 11 innings.
The bottom of the 11th inning, 2-2 tie. Take a look at the next homestand for the Mariners, and it's going to be a good one. It's still tough. St. Louis is going to start things off on the 24th. Cardinals in town for the weekend. Day off for the Mariners. Then it'll be the Pirates in for 2. And the Baltimore Orioles are coming in for 4 games. One of the top offenses in the American League, so a tough homestand for the Mariners. Playing some quality clubs. Nick Vincent going to stay on. This will be his 3rd inning of work. He's pitched well so far. He's been efficient, and that's the reason why he's been able to get a little bit deeper in this game. Mike Montgomery continues to throw in the Mariner pen.
Only 6 pitches for Vincent in the 9th inning. Casale fouls the first one off his foot.
Look at Casale. Bottom third of the lineup for the Rays are 1 for 12 with 8 strikeouts. The Rays catchers 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. So tough night.
Now you're right. Conger got the start, punched out twice in as many at bats. Smith covering some ground. Out number 1. And with that out, Vincent has now worked a season high 2 1/3 innings.
Right fielder, number 14.
You know, we mentioned, Mike, at the very start of the game that Scott Service was hoping for some length tonight from Nathan Carnes. He did not exactly get that. Carnes went 5+ innings, faced 1 batter in the 6th, and then was pulled at 91 pitches. But Nuno going 2 innings, Benoit chipping in 1 scoreless, and now Vincent, the deepest he has pitched in a game this year. They've been able to piece it together.
And you had Diaz going last night, who wasn't going to be available for tonight's game. So bullpen having to work a lot here at the start of this long road trip.
Decker looks at ball 1. And if you're Scott Service, the hope is tomorrow with James Paxton up on the mound. Paxton has pitched deep his last couple of times out, that hopefully that can help rescue the bullpen a little bit.
Wow. And to your point, every now and then it'll happen with a starter where the manager will walk up to him. Tomorrow it'll be in the morning and let him know, I need 100 or 110 pitches out of you today. Don't even look for any help. You just get stuck sometime.
Decker the opposite way. Oki comes in for round number 2. So Casale to right, Decker to left, and here is Logan Forsythe. This will be his 6th at bat of the night, with 2 outs in the last of the 11th. Vincent working ahead, 0-2. Both bullpens having to eat some innings here tonight, although Smiley did work into the 7th for Tampa Bay. Vincent trying to finish off Forsythe. Send this one to the 12th. Here comes the 1-2. Just off the plate. Being
Careful, trying to keep everything away from him.
Miller on deck and a full count. Two-out walk. The first base runner to reach against Vincent that was not intentionally walked.
Steve Cishek getting loose in the pen. Mel Stottlemyre making the call down there. And Scott Service on his way out to the mound. Nick Vincent, 31 pitches so far.
Well, he has been fantastic. He's worked his season best. 2 2/3 innings. And had a chance to face just one over the minimum over 3 innings of work, but instead the walk to Forsythe. And here comes the Mariners closer, Steve Cishek. With the winning run at first base in the bottom of the 11th for the Rays. A lot of punch outs tonight, Mike, on both sides, but we take a look at the Rays box score.
Yeah, you look at a lot of strikeouts for the Rays, and Mariners pitching hoping to get one more right here with Steve Cishek on the mound facing Brad Miller.
Takes ball one.
For Steve, 26 appearances, a 2.83 ERA, 35 strikeouts, only 7 walks, and 28 2/3. Opponents hitting 181 against him. Fastball 91 to 93 miles an hour. Mix in a slider, also an occasional changeup to the left-handed hitter.
Two and one. Now, speaking of the strikeouts tonight, the Mariners have set their new single season high this year in punchouts with 14. The next strikeout for the Rays will tie their season high. They're sitting on 15 strikeouts right now. A team that does strike out a lot. There's no doubt about that. Among the game's leaders. Left field and slicing foul. In fact, Kevin Cash was very honest about the troubles the Rays have had striking out. A couple of weeks ago, they lost a series in Kansas City against the Royals, a team that rarely ever strikes out. And Kevin Cash said maybe the Rays can learn a thing or two after playing and watching the Royals for a few days. Speaking of how much those strikeouts have killed some rallies this season for the Rays, as they would for any team. Full count.
Well, you'd really like to see Steve make a quality pitch right here. Longoria waiting on deck.
Well, no part of that. 2 outs and a 3-2. Miller fouls it off his lower half. Two on, 2 out. Back-to-back walks with 2 down. And here is Longoria. We saw him come to the plate last night with 2 on, representing the tying run. It was not a bad pitch from Nick Vincent. Well, this tied the game up at 7 apiece last night before the Rays would go on to win it.
Mention all the strikeouts tonight for the Rays. The Mariners have done a good job pitching in this situation. The Rays just 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position tonight.
Well, that walk has moved Forsythe into scoring position. A base hit would win it for the Rays.
Outfielders had been playing deep to take the double away, but they're going to have to play their normal positions now in case there is a base hit. Give them a chance to throw the runner out.
Missing wide for ball 1. Now Longoria has hit, and he has hit for power, especially in this month of June. A double back in the 6th. 8 of his 15 hits this month have gone for extra bases. Two and 0. Forsythe is the winning run at second base. Miller over at first. Gets a strike across, 2-1. Longoria leading the Rays at RBIs. He's got 40. Has not seen Cishek much in his career.
Wow.
Cishek. Whoa. Wow.
Sean Barber is calling anything around the plate a strike, and that one almost down the middle.
My goodness.
And he called it a ball.
That's egregious. Full count now. Cishek a strike away from sitting this game to the 12th. A winning run, Forsythe at second base. 2 outs and the 3-2. Bases juiced. 3 straight walks with 2 outs.
And that will bring up Logan Morrison. Logan 0 for 5 tonight.
Number 7, first baseman Logan Morrison.
0 for 8 in the series.
So Logan Morrison has a chance to win it for the Rays against his former team. Looks at strike 1. Forsythe now 90 feet from home, the winning run for the Rays. They reached on a 2-out walk. Ground ball, backhand. Seager takes his time, and we go to the 12th. He makes it look so easy. Cishek out of a jam. This game is all tied up at 2. What do you think about this one, Mike?
Good play by Kyle. Kind of an in-between hop. You can see how low to the ground he had to get, but an accurate throw, and he ends the inning.
Thank you, Angie. Andriese fires home the first pitch to Aoki to begin the top of the 12th. Take a look at the Mariners box score here tonight. Cruz had the big swing. The 2-run homer is also walked twice. Iannetta a couple of doubles. The 1-0. Andriese, as we mentioned earlier, a former starter this season, making his first appearance this year out of the bullpen for the Rays. Did work there last season, so Kevin Cash has some innings up on the mound that he can work with. Fights it away to left field. Dickerson, chest high squeeze for round number 1.
And we showed you the numbers for the Mariners on the shift. How about the Rays? 673 times, well above the major league average. Done a pretty good job too. Batted ball in play at 269 batting average compared to the 291. A 50 points difference on the slugging. They've done a pretty good job with the shift this year.
That's cut down some opposing offense for sure. Strike 1 to Marte. And behind 0-2. And Mike, we were talking a little bit earlier about the importance of this game, this series, beginning what has been or will be a very lengthy 3-city 10-game road trip against 3 teams that are playing very well. The Rays, and then on to Boston over the weekend, a 3-game set at Fenway Park, and then 4 games in Detroit. And you think about the slide that the Mariners are currently on, trying to turn around. They've dropped 12 of their last 18. And the way this game is setting up, a long one here tonight from Tampa Bay. If you can win this one and then put the ball in the left hand of James Paxton tomorrow, they can take a series here. That would be huge going into Fenway.
And I think that there are a couple of thoughts on that, Aaron, and that is the importance of this game and the situation of the bullpen right now. Scott Service has his closer in this ball game right now, and there isn't anybody getting loose. So he's doing everything he possibly can to try to hang in there as long as he can to give these guys a chance to get a lead. And that's how important he thinks this game is.
That tells you a lot.
Gives you a real good idea of the situation tomorrow with James taking them out. They need a lot of innings out of him.
Well, you consider the fact that last night Walker 3 1/3, tonight Carnes 5 innings.
Diaz had to pitch a lot last night. Vincent threw a lot tonight.
Yeah, both those guys 2 2/3. Diaz was spectacular last night. 5 strikeouts over 2 2/3 scoreless. The 2-2. Full count.
Seth waiting on deck. It would be great to have them hitting with Marte at first base.
Ground ball, Forsythe tackles it, picks himself up. Lomo with a pick.
Wow.
Out number 2.
I thought he was going to beat that one out. What a play. Key to it is first catching it, but then how quickly he gets up. And a good pick again by Morrison. He's picked him up a couple of times today, taking a base hit away from Marte.
Now, we said it when Lomo was in Seattle, so underrated for what he can do at first base. Not much gets underneath his glove. Two outs, the base is clean for Seth Smith. Came in off the bench for Gutierrez.
Just showed you the numbers for the shift, and the Rays put the shift on with Seth hitting. See how deep the outfielders are playing, all of them just in front of the warning track. Logan Morrison right on the line at first.
Two 2-0. Smith really ahead of the count now. 3 balls and no strikes.
Cano on deck.
Robbie tonight has scored one of the 2 runs for the Mariners. Four-pitch walk, and the top of the 12th is extended. Andres puts a man on in front of Cano to keep the 12th inning alive for the Mariners. Cano leading the club with 51 RBIs. And he climbs in here in the top of the 12th inning, all tied up. First pitch swinging, strike 1. Now Cano this year has crushed right-handed pitching to a tune of a .335 average. And 14 of his 18 homers. Smith, a 2-out walk, takes his lead. And now Andres calls for Casali, and Longoria comes over as well.
Well, Longoria calling the meeting. I think he's letting him know, concentrate on the hitter. Don't worry about the runner at first.
A guy who demands some attention. Two outs in the go-ahead run at first base. Count evens up, 1 ball and 1 strike. And Andrews steps off. Cano batting over .320 lifetime here inside Tropicana Field. And again to first base.
Looking good on the fence, Battleborn!
After long last, the 1-1. So Andrews now ahead, a ball and 2 strikes. Cruz would be next with 2 outs. The 1-2. Forsythe waits for it. And we go to the bottom of the 12th inning. All tied up 2 apiece. This game deadlocked at 2 apiece. Game 2 of this 3-game series, which wraps up tomorrow. Oh, take a look at the defensive shift leaders around baseball. How about this? The Mariners right behind the Astros. And no surprise, the Rays in the mix in the top 5. The Astros the last couple of years have been one of the teams most aggressive in shifting. And well, the Mariners last year, it kind of depends, Mike, on which source you look at. A lot of different data depending on who's judging or charting the shift. But last year, the Mariners, I think it's safe to say, were probably in the bottom 3rd of defensive shifts, and now 2nd.
Well, with Jerry DiPoto taking over and bringing on his staff and his people, I had the feeling that that was going to change, and it certainly has with them being 2nd.
A run wins it for the Rays as Pierce looks at strike one. Pierce has been all over the base paths tonight. If you include the error, which he reached on in the 8th inning, the error by Marte, he's been on base 4 times tonight. Intentionally walked, a double and a triple as well. Bends him back. And according to the source that we have in the truck, Mike, 25th. That's where the Mariners ranked in shifts last year. They already have 200 more shifts with balls in play this year than last year. Rips right through it. Nice start for Cishek in the bottom of the 12th.
He's going to elevate a fastball at 91 miles an hour. You see the high target from Iannetta. He's able to get it there and pick up a strikeout. Strikeout, the leadoff hitter.
So the Rays with 16 strikeouts, that ties a season high. Mariners have set their season high in strikeouts tonight with 14. Extra innings certainly padding some of those numbers.
You mentioned it a number of times. Back on the air tomorrow at 9:30. So a quick turnaround for the Mariners, and this next pitch will be 20 for Cishek.
Strike one into Dickerson. Oh, and 2. Looked like he really messed with the timing that time for Dickerson.
Well, he's made 2 really good pitches just off the outside corner. Able to get the call on the first pitch fastball and have him swing over the top of that slider.
One and 2. Now Dickerson has been a major run producer in this series for the Rays. 2 RBIs tonight. He's driven in both runs for Tampa Bay. Last night Dickerson drove in 3 of the Rays' 8 runs, including that home run out to right field. That was measured at 448 feet. Swing and a miss. He turns him around. Back-to-back strikeouts by Cishek here in the 12th.
He's going to go with the off-speed pitch, little breaking ball in the outside corner.
th strikeout by a Rays hitter. Now facing Jennings with 2 outs. Now this game well past the 4-hour mark as Cishek trying to send it to the top of the 13th. If he does, it'll be Nelson Cruz to lead off for the Mariners.
Couple sliders that he's left on the inside part of the plate. Missed with that one. Needs to be careful there. Iannetta keeps setting up away. Needs to get the ball there. That's well off the plate with a fastball.
3 balls and a strike as Cishek walked the first 2 men that he faced with 2 outs in the 11th inning. He inherited that inning from Nick Vincent. Was able to strand the bases full. Full count.
Jennings has speed, so he was taking that pitch all the way.
Still 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And the next pitch, you can see, be 31 pitches for Steve.
Now his career or season rather high in pitches or innings pitched is 2. Would match that mark here in the 12th. Instead, a 2-out walk.
Yeah, lost him with a slider.
Number 19, the catcher, Kurt Casale.
The Rays have life here in the last of the 12th as they will send up Kurt Casale, who began this game on the bench. Pinch hit for Hank Conger in the 6th inning. Hitless in 3 tries, a couple of strikeouts and a fly out. Smith was very deep. Long way to run for it, and a foul ball.
Wow. We've been talking about it for a while now. All the outfielders playing right in front of the warning track. If that ball had landed fair, Jennings scores easily.
Yeah.
So a break for the Mariners.
Now Cishek is approaching his season high in pitches now. We'll tie it in 2 pitches from now. He's ahead of Casale, 0-2. One and 2. Winning run at first. Jennings breaking, and Steve Cishek strikes out the side in the bottom of the 12th inning. He punches out Casale, and we go to the 13th. Yeah, good stuff there. Thank you, Angie. Nelson Cruz leads off the top of the 13th. They have the shift on.
Nelson Cruz has been the offense for the Mariners tonight. A 2-run home run all the way back in the 4th inning. And all the scoring for the Mariners.
Big swing and a miss. All right, Mike, here's the question of the night. How many innings can your scorebook hold? Are you going up? Are you pushed against the ropes right now?
Mine looks like 15.
Oh,
yeah, 15.
I've maxed out right now. I'm up against the spiral. 2-1. So the question becomes, do you go in the margins? Should there be a 14th? I think I just got to flip the page. I think it's the only point.
Yeah, you're gonna have to flip the page.
Yeah, you got to flip. Yeah. You got to burn a page. 2 pages. The 2-1 to Cruz.
Been a number of calls Nelson has not liked, and he's letting him hear it right now.
This has been a theme of this series early on, starting last night. John Barber, our home plate umpire, hearing it from Nelly.
It's rare to see Nelson react that way. Obviously frustrated, and I don't blame him. There's been a number of calls that have not gone his way.
Lynn looks at strike 1.
Mike Montgomery up for the 3rd time tonight.
You saw Montgomery in last night's game, did not pitch well. 9 pitches, just 1 strike, a run over a 1/3 of an inning. The shift on for Lind. And he's behind 1-2. The Mariners have struck out 15 times tonight. The Rays have punched out 18 times. One shy of a franchise record.
Rays have the shift on. Forsythe, the second baseman, well out onto the grass towards right. Shortstop Brad Miller on the right side.
Back-to-back strikeouts.
Gets Adam to chase a fastball up in the zone. That'll bring up Kyle Seager. Kyle with a home run in last night's game. His 12th of the year. Hitting out to left field. So a rare home run for Kyle to left.
Last time the Mariners had a man reach base with a hit. They got to go back to Oakey in the 9th inning. We play with 2 outs in the 13th. Mariners have had just 2 hits since the 8th. They've both been singles, Marte and Oakey. Seager gets ahead of the count. pitch count of 38 for Andriese, but as we mentioned, he has been in the rotation, so the pitch count not nearly as much of a concern for him. Up by the scaffolding. Longoria dances around, and the Mariners are retired in order here in the 13th. They go to the home half. A runner wins it for the Rays, tied at 2. And take a look at our CenturyLink What's Next on the air at 9:30 in the morning. Day baseball here from the Trop. James Paxton has been fantastic. Average fastball velocity at 98 miles an hour this season up in the big leagues. Blake Snell, the Seattle native, will be making his second career major league start and his first ever here inside the Trop. New pitcher up on the mound for the Mariners, taking over for Steve Cishek. It is Mike Montgomery working both games of the series.
24 appearances for Mike. A 2-2 record. ERA right at 2.5. 36 innings. He has 29 strikeouts, 13 walks. Opponents hitting .220. Good fastball, 94, 95 miles an hour. Mixed in a curveball, changeup. Again, I don't think Diaz is available today, so Steve Johnson, the only one left down in the pen.
Jeff Decker. Strike one. Decker tonight making his Rays debut. Just called up today. AAA Durham. Longtime minor leaguer. Spent some time in the big leagues with the Padres, the team that drafted him in the first round. Now the Pirates as well. Check swing, a strike. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And with that, 19 strikeouts tonight by Rays hitters. That ties a franchise record.
And he gets him on a pretty good curveball. Back to the top of the lineup. This will be the 7th plate appearance for Forsythe. 2 for 5 tonight. Been on base 3 times. Had a walk in the 11th inning.
Goes after the first pitch.
Good changeup.
0-2. Now, the last time that the Rays struck out 19 times in a game, the only other time they did it, it's because Corey Kluber punched out 14 on his own. That was last year facing the Indians. Looks like the most strikeouts by a team this year in a game is 20. So the Rays are a strikeout away from tying that mark, set by both the Tigers and the Twins this year. Instead, the opposite way, and it is into right field for a base hit.
Oh boy.
Forsythe making the turn, and he will slide into third base. A single, a double, and now a triple for Forsythe.
Late swing on a good fastball at 95 miles an hour, able to carve it right inside the bag, and Seth had to run a long way to get over there, and the further down he got there, the tougher that play was going to be with the wall in the corner. And once it bounced away from him, Forsythe decided to go for third, and he gets in there without a throw. And we're going to have a pinch hitter. Beckham going to pinch hit. Hitting for Miller.
Right-handed hitter to face Montgomery. Has not pinch hit often this year. Infield in. And that hits him.
And that's going to bring up. Hit him on the foot.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Got him right on the Jordans. So now runners on the corners.
And Motter has come out on deck, and he's going to pinch it for Longoria. I don't know.
Now, why on earth?
I don't know. Longoria was in the field. He caught the pop-up to end the inning. He seemed to be fine. He walked in his previous at-bat, so nothing really happened there that I can think of. But Motter is going to pinch hit.
Well, we'll see how this results. But at least right now, this seems to be an enormous break for the Mariners. Evan Longoria
has to be hurt. Otherwise, he would be up there.
It has to be. He's been the best hitter for the Rays. He's been one of the best hitters in terms of run production in the American League, especially in terms of power.
Mariners have their infield in.
First pitch, a flare slicing, and a foul ball.
Smart play by Seth Smith to not catch it. With the speed of Forsythe at third, he certainly would have scored if he had made that play.
Lets it die for strike one.
The Rays tonight 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position.
Winning run is 90 feet from home. Motter does not need a hit to win it. Forsythe's triple with one out has been the difference maker so far. Beckham pinch hitting for Miller, hit by the pitch. But the man that counts is right there. Infield in, outfield is in as well. And 2 strikes against Motter.
A couple of late swings on some elevated fastballs.
Now with 2 strikes, let's see if Montgomery goes for the kill here. Needs to finish him off with a strikeout or a weak pop-up.
Laid off a pretty good pitch. Change up off the outside corner. Logan Morrison waiting on deck.
Forsythe the winning run. Motter has just 50 big league at bats this year. Made his major league debut earlier this season. The 2-2. Lomo on deck.
Yeah, tough night. 0 for 6. Mike does not have to give in to him right here. You have the left-hander on deck. Make him hit your pitch. If you walk him, you walk him. Came back with a changeup. Didn't give in to him with a fastball.
Carnes, Nuno, Benoit, Vincent, Cishek, and now Montgomery. And at this point, it's up to him. Forsythe the winning run. Bags packed.
Again, the Rays 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position as Mel Stottlemyre looks on. Logan Morrison 0 for 6. Mariners will keep the infield in. The play is going to be at the plate. Looks like they're going to put a shift on as well. Chris Iannetta making a trip out to the mound, wants to make sure that he and Mike are on the same page. Mike has thrown 17 pitches in the inning, 9 strikes.
He struck out Decker on a curveball to begin the inning, but then Forsythe the triple. Beckham hit on the first pitch. And then Motter the walk. So here is Logan Morrison, traded by the Mariners to the Rays over the offseason, a chance to win it against his former team at the bottom of the 13th. And he eyes strike one. If Lomo were to get the game-winning hit, it would be his first hit of the game. Well outside. Boy, what a good stop there by Iannetta.
He has done that a number of times tonight. Runners in scoring position, keeping the ball in front of them. Breaking ball well off the plate away. And he had that pitch smothered.
Montgomery behind 2-1. Not much reaction time on the right side of the infield. Everybody in close. Winning run at third base for the Rays. And a strike.
Mariners outfielders playing shallow now. Anything that is past them, if they have to back up at all, that's going to be the ball game. So you may as well bring them in. That's what Scott Service has done.
The whole side.
The 2-2.
There we go.
Yeah. A pitch missing to Logan Morrison would win the ball game for the Rays.
At this point, Mike just has to give him his best fastball and hope for the best. Nowhere to put him.
Bags packed, one out, bottom of the 13th, tied up at 2 apiece. A walk-off walk, and the Rays win it in 13. It's a series win for Tampa Bay. The Mariners behind Paxton tomorrow will try to salvage the series.
It's a shame that you lose a game where the opposing team goes 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position, and they get the win with a walk-off. And 2 nights in a row, it's been the base on balls late in the game that has cost the Mariners.
19 strikeouts for the Rays, and they win it tonight. As the Mariners will hope for the best tomorrow behind now the very electric left arm of James Paxton. Mariners postgame presented by Delta Airlines starts right now with Angie and Bill, guys.